We are recording, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Well, again, welcome everyone for this Garden City Council special meeting, December 30th, 2025. Special meeting means it's not our regularly scheduled time, which is the second and fourth Mondays of the month. So with notice, which obviously you all received, we were having a special meeting to deal with a single topic tonight, which I will go through in just a moment. Would the clerk certify the notice?
This meeting has been noticed in accordance with Idaho Code 74-204.
Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Jorgensen? Here. Councilmember Page?
Here.
Councilmember Rasmussen?
Here.
Thank you. Obviously, you will notice that we are one council member short. Councilmember Jacobson has recused himself and is not in a position to act on this application. So I've got some housekeeping items I want to go through as we start. And forgive me, we've got lots of paper up here. We've got to keep organized. So the item on the agenda tonight is a public hearing for DSR FY 2025-0008. This item's been continued twice, once from December 12th, 2025, and then again from, we've got on here 12/10/2025. That's not right.
It was, Mr. Mayor, it was originally 12/8 and then again from 12/10.
And then again from 12/10. That's right. Okay, thank you. Does anybody need to declare or have any disclosures that you want to deal with tonight?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I need to disclose an ex parte communication I had on December 8th, 2025 with constituent Judy Chestnut. The conversation was about this project. I invited the constituent to write a letter to the council, which she does and is in the council members have seen. So this ex parte communication has been cured and I can remain impartial.
Thank you. Any others?
No.
Nope.
No.
Nope. I have a disclosure. Even though I won't be voting tonight, I will make the disclosure. I had 3 meetings with one or more of John Rennison, Zach Turner, or Caleb Roop on 9/10/24, 12/6/24, 9/18/25. The topic of those meetings was discussions that surrounded sewer service for this application tonight. I have another disclosure on a meeting I had with our city attorney, Mr. Wadhams, Terry Dean, who is the president of the Willowbrook Homeowners Association, and Kenley Grover, an attorney that represents one or more residents of Willowbrook. And that was on December 18th. The subject matter of that meeting is disclosed in a prepared remarks from prepared by Terry Dean and is part of the record for anyone that wants to read them. Again, the discussion generally was dealt with the opinion that will be expressed verbally by Ms. Dean here in just a few minutes.
Mr. Mayor, quick point of order.
Yes.
I just want to make a record that there's at least one email that was sent to the council ex parte. Those emails, if there was one or more than one, I cannot recall, but all those were forwarded to the planning staff those emails have been made part of the record for everybody to see.
Okay. We've dealt with disclosures. Are there any conflicts of interest that need to be presented?
No conflict, Mr. Mayor.
No.
None.
Okay, no conflicts. So I have a little preamble that I need to read, so bear with me while I go through this. We are here tonight to consider pending design review application DSR FY 2025-0008 before the City Council. Under Idaho's Local Land Use Planning Act, approval or denial of land use applications must be based upon express standards and criteria set forth in local ordinances so that permit applicants, interested residents, and design makers alike may know the express standards that must be met in order to obtain a requested approval. Tonight's review is limited and exclusive, tonight's review is limited exclusively to whether the proposed design satisfies the specific findings required under Garden City Code Title 8 for design review applications. The council will consider only the following 8 criteria in making its decision. Number 1, the proposed design shall comply with all design standards in Garden City Code Title 8. Number 2, the proposed design shall provide effective bicycle and pedestrian access and movement to, from, within, and across the site. Number 3, the proposed design shall be compatible with or improve the public's use of existing and planned public spaces, including but not limited to the green belt and pathways, sidewalks, parks, roadways, open space, public facilities, Boise River and waterways, canals, and other surface irrigation. Number 4, the proposed design shall be compatible with the neighborhood in scale and intensity. Number 5, the proposed design shall not create adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Number 6, the proposed architecture and site improvements shall have facades, features, materials, and building form and other physical improvements that are compatible with or enhance the neighborhood. Number 7, the proposed design and landscape shall improve the design and function of the site and be consistent with the Southwest Idaho climatic conditions. And number 8, the proposed design shall be compatible with applicable natural, scenic, and historic features, including but not limited to wetlands, the Boise River, waterways, and historic structures. Any issues, concerns, or testimony that do not directly relate to these 8 specific criteria will not be considered during tonight's proceedings. The council decision must be based solely on whether these express standards have been satisfied. Following tonight's hearing, the council has 3 options available. First, the council may approve the design review application with or without conditions. Second, the council may deny the application with specific instructions on how the applicant may address deficiencies to satisfy the required findings. Third, the council may remand the application to staff for further proceedings. Council's decision will be rendered in writing and accompanied by a reasoned statement that explains the criteria and standards considered relevant, states the relevant contested facts relied upon, and explains the rationale for the decision based on the applicable provisions of Garden City Code Title 8. We will now hear, just in a minute at least, we will hear from the applicant and staff, followed by public testimony, and then the applicant will have a chance for rebuttal. And then the council will deliberate. Just a reminder that the participants, that the testimony and discussion must be limited to the 8 design review criteria I have outlined. I've already mentioned that I won't be a tiebreaker tonight because there's 3 council members present and not 4. Okay. Who's representing the applicant tonight? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Deborah Nelson. My address is 601 West Bannock Street in Boise. I'm a land use attorney with Gibbons Pursley, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, RENNISON Companies. Members of the entire applicant team are here this evening, which include our architect, Pivot North, our civil engineer, Dave Evans and Associates, who I realize I did not include on this cover slide, my apologies. Our landscape architect, South Beck and Baird, and our traffic engineer, Kimley Horn. Before you this evening is a design review application for the Antioch Apartments. We are in agreement with staff's conclusion that the project as conditioned complies with all applicable code requirements. And we are in agreement with all of staff's recommended conditions of approval. It is important to note from the outset that we are not requesting any rezone. The property has been zoned R3 since at least 1998. And we are not requesting a conditional use permit. Multifamily is an allowed use in the R3 zone. And finally, we are not requesting any variance. The project meets all code requirements for the R3 zone, including height, setbacks, and lot coverage. So I'll focus my comments primarily on how the project meets the applicable design criteria in Title 8, Chapter 4. First, briefly, the project site is located on the south side of Marigold within the existing Boise Bible College campus on new parcels to be created by a pending minor land division. It is a quarter-mile walk to the Greenbelt and a half-mile walk to the bus stop on Chinden. The applicant is proposing a multifamily development with 236 apartments and 2 4-story elevator access buildings with large interior courtyard areas. The buildings include a mix of studio 1, 2, 3 bedroom units and providing needed housing diversity for students, young professionals, families that are just starting out, or empty nesters who want to downsize or just want to live in a place where somebody else fixes the roof and maintains the yard. As noted in the staff report, the project meets all of the requirements of the R3 zone. Multifamily residential is a permitted use in the R3 zone with a density of up to 35 units per acre. The R3 zone does not have any height limits. The project meets all setbacks with significantly increased setbacks. We provide 152 and 88 feet setbacks to our adjacent eastern neighbors along that border where only 5 feet is required by code. The project also meets all code requirements for multifamily residential uses. We provide amenities and open space in excess of code requirements with a fitness facility, a club room, enclosed bike storage, co-working space, landscaped courtyards, an additional large grassy open space area, walking trails, and a dog park. We also provide the required 80 square feet of private open space in patios or balconies. The project meets all of the design standards in Title 8, Chapter 4. These are all addressed in detail in the staff report and in the draft findings that are in the record. And I will highlight some of these, really focusing on the items where we've made changes in response to city comments or where neighbors have raised concerns. The development includes a 6-foot privacy fence along the east boundary to provide screening and privacy to existing residential properties to our east. Along the west boundary, we provide a 6-foot wrought iron fence. And at staff's request, we have removed the gated entry to Marigold. We are in agreement with all comments from the city's reviewing engineer, Joe Canning with Centurion Engineers, and with the conditions of approval related to utilities. The engineering comments that have been incorporated into a condition of approval to this project require the applicant to obtain city approval of alternate sewer facilities than the existing Ruby sewage lift station, which is at capacity. The applicant has identified an alternate sewer access through the site and through new and existing public easements to our east that are shown in yellow here. The city engineer has reviewed and determined that the sewer plan meets technical requirements, and the applicant will also pay all required fees for sewer and water connections. We propose to tile the drainage ditch that's in the northeast corner of the site as allowed by city code where it's not feasible for it to remain open. This ditch is owned by Drainage District Number 2, who supports the tiling. The ditch lies directly over a public sewer main and a public sewer easement, which creates conflicts for both of the users. The system is already piped to our north at Marigold, and we will continue that same piping along this stretch in the same 18-inch pipe size. Our civil engineer with David Evans and Associates provided a letter on November 12th in the record describing that the system will maintain all existing flow capacities and ensure continued conveyance of water. Of course, the drainage district will have to approve the plans for the tiling design, ensuring that we meet their standards.
Deb, can I interrupt you just
Yes.
1 second? The Dave Evans is no relation to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I do have a brother named David, coincidentally, but
It's not
he's
that
he's not
consultant.
an engineer. So thank you. Go ahead.
Another waterway on the site, the Thurman Mill Canal, will be kept open and improved with a 10-foot pathway and low maintenance landscaping buffer. The project complies with the residential building design standards that are set forth in your code in Title 8 4B. So I'll run through a few slides to show the architectural and material details. Here you can really see that the building facades include articulation and changes in materials to create a pedestrian scale and visual interest. In response to comments from the design review consultants, the team enhanced the prominence of Building 1's northeast corner, which is in the top image, by shifting the wall outward to create a plane change, raising the parapet height, and adding decorative overhang to mirror the treatment of the leasing office corner, which is in the lower image. In response to comments, the applicant team also enhanced the building entries, including by extending the brick volume toward the sidewalk, raising the height of the brick base, adding new accent colors, and adding recessed lighting for wayfinding. We also agree to increase the prominence of these entries further to address the final comments from the design review consultants, consistent with staff's recommended conditions. The two buildings are designed to be similar but not identical, with differing articulation and plane changes and varied but cohesive color schemes to create visual interest and visual continuity. Building 2 entries were similarly enhanced based on comments from the design review consultants and will be refined further to address the recent comments from the consultants. The project proposes high quality, durable materials and complementary colors to promote a lasting and cohesive community design. The buildings include brick cladding and base, cement fibrous wall siding in various textures, metal railings, and detail accents. And looking at the elevations for building 1, you can see that building massing is broken up both physically with plane changes and articulation and visually with material and color changes while keeping strong unifying elements. Roof lines are also varied by changes in parapet height and overhang. The change in planes and colors creates an attached townhome feel. Balconies provide a visual break to the facade and enhance the livability of each apartment with private open space consistent with code. Outdoor courtyards with pathways, seating, and landscaping provide quality open space for residents to gather or find a quiet bench. And here are similar elevations for building 2. In this cross-section view, you can see the significant buffering that is provided to our neighbors. Building 1 is set back 152 feet from the property line, where only 5 is required. We also provide enhanced landscaping, providing a 15-foot landscape buffer where 10 is required. And we've added 69 more trees than are required under code along this border. We will install a 6-foot privacy fence along our eastern border. This is the maximum height that's allowed under code between residential uses. These buffers reduce the visual impact of the building and protect the privacy of our neighbors. Building 2 is set back 88 feet, again, where only 5 is required. The same enhanced landscape buffering and privacy fence serves to screen views. And I also want to point out that due to neighbor concerns about noise and odor, trash enclosures were moved to the west side of the property, with only the recycling remaining on the east border, which is buffered with landscaping. The application complies with code requirements for parking design and the number of spaces. We slightly exceed the parking that's required by code for the use with 3 extra spaces. Both the code requirements and the parking that we provide also significantly exceeds the anticipated parking demand for the project based on a study from Kittleson using ITE standards for apartments. This slide illustrates the updated access plan as conditioned by staff's recommended conditions, which was included in the record. A new access will be provided to the multifamily site that you can see there along the top part of the slide. It's on the eastern edge of the property. We will include a right turn lane into the site as well, and this has been approved by ACHD. Per staff's request, the main college entrance will be redesigned to match the divided Pintail Way access to facilitate safer pedestrian crossing. And the existing college western access will be removed to minimize impacts on pedestrians along Marigold. Pedestrian pathways throughout the site are safe, lighted, and convenient for movement across the site to public sidewalks. We're in support of staff's recommended condition that requires enhancement of all pedestrian walkways within the site to have special treatment, colors, and appropriate lighting. The project's trip generation is below the threshold where ACHD requires a traffic impact study, but at staff's request, a traffic analysis was done by Kimley Horn and accepted by both ACHD and ITD. The Kimley Horn study concluded, and ACHD's report confirms that levels of service on the surrounding roads continue to be met on Coffee Street and Marigold Street with the project. The study noted that only the Marigold-Glenwood intersection does not meet planning threshold service levels now. There's a pre-existing condition, and the project has minimal impact on the operation of this intersection, only contributing.
Okay, please, everybody. Do you want somebody laughing at you if you're testifying?
I would just like to.
Well, if you're going to start that, you can leave. I'm not going to put up with any of this tonight. None. I will escort you out of the building if you can't retain your decorum. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So the reason that it's a minimal impact, as was found in the Kimley Horn study, is that the project only contributes 2.1% of the total trips in the AM peak hour and 1.6% of the total trips in the PM peak hour. Neither ACHD nor ITD required any off-site mitigation based on the project traffic generation. ACHD requested a new right turn lane into the new access point, which the applicant is including. The project exceeds landscape area requirements in city code, and plans have been updated to address all of staff's comments. The buffer between the building parking and the eastern property line, as I mentioned, includes 69 more trees than is required and is 5 foot wider than code requires. We are in agreement with the staff condition to provide at least 10 Class 2 trees along Marigold. In fact, our plans were already updated to include 12 Class 2 trees and 5 Class 1 trees, but the legend on sheet L1.01 wasn't updated at the last resubmittal. So we'll be sure that we meet staff's condition here. We're also in agreement with the staff condition requesting clarification on the mitigation trees that are required. The difference that was noted by staff between the mitigation report and the landscaping plans appears to be because city staff was counting the existing invasive tree species, which are recognized by the USDA. They're considered hazards and do not require mitigation. So we believe the mitigation number is correct, but in any case, we're happy to comply with the condition of approval to ensure that the mitigation number is correct and confirmed and accepted by city staff. Outdoor common open space exceeds requirements for both buildings and the project overall. In addition to the interior courtyards, parcel 4 includes an over 1 acre grassy area for recreation and a fenced dog park. While compliance with the comprehensive plan is not a required finding for design review, the project does meet numerous objectives of the comprehensive plan. Goal 2 is to improve the city image. The project's design includes materials, elements, and open spaces that promote visual interest, complementing the look and feel of the area and promoting a sense of community. Goal 4 is to emphasize the garden in Garden City. The development's enhanced landscaping and open space provides screening to neighboring properties and offers passive and active recreational opportunities for residents. Goal 6 seeks diversity in housing, which this project does by providing needed multifamily development in a variety of unit sizes consistent with the property's zoning. And finally, Goal 7 seeks to connect the city, which this project does by providing a significant on-site pathway development, including a section of greenbelt along the Thurman Mill Canal, and by providing housing density and walking distance to transit in the greenbelt. The Antioch Apartments, as presented and conditioned, meets all code standards and requirements, as has been described in detail in the staff report. The use is allowed. We meet all of the R3 dimensional standards, all multifamily use-specific requirements, and all design review criteria. We're in agreement with all recommended conditions of approval. We ask for your approval and stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for that report. In the materials that I've reviewed, there was mention of a cross-park agreement, then there was maybe a revocation of that proposed agreement. What's the current status of a cross-park agreement with the college?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Page, that was in the original application, you're right, and based on discussions with city staff, we have removed that and adjusted the site to accommodate all parking that's required under city code on the site itself.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the answer. It's been my experience in this city and others that properties that charge a parking fee for premium spots or covered spots versus surface spots, or charge in general for parking, often the tenants and the guests find alternatives, street parking and such. As you are probably aware, there is not street parking permitted on Marigold at that point. Mm-hmm. Is there any covenant being offered or assurances being offered that this development will never charge for parking, and will that covenant run with the land?
Is that okay? Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Page, after looking at my client, yes, they are agreeable to do that, and I'll let Caleb speak.
Yeah, hi, Caleb Roop,
430 State Street in Eagle. I'm the owner of the Pacific Companies and project proponent sponsor. We have about 26,000 units across the Western US. We don't charge parking for any of them. Just never really have that practice in place. We want the residents to park on site. We don't want to be a problem to the neighborhood in that way. And you know, it doesn't do us any good to have, you know, neighbors complain about that. So if we wanted to, if you guys wanted a covenant as such, it would be no problem for us to have that as part of our project, to not ever charge for parking. We don't think that's good practice anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem if that was important to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. When we finish up the public hearing portion, you'll have an opportunity to come back and close out, and you might be prepared for more questions.
Of course, thank you.
After that, so thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jenna Thornborough, our Development Services Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time tonight. I just want to start with a few housekeeping items. The first of which is there are 2 late submittals at the DS at each one of your stations. Tonight, they were included in the council packet online, but I just wanted to make sure that you have been able to receive those and read those, and that they're acceptable to be included in the record. And then the
Ms.
second,
Thornborough,
yes,
can-
Mr. Page,
just-
or
thank you.
Council President Page, excuse me.
thank you so much. I just want to make sure that I've reviewed 2 letters that are in front of me. One I will call a Jackson Heim letter, another a Carver Herbert letter. Are those the 2 that you've referenced, or are there others that I need to review?
Mayor, Council President Page, it is actually the Chestnut. Is it?
Okay, and I had reviewed Chestnut already. Yes, thank you.
And the other is Carver Herbert. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for the clarification as well. And the second is just for the edification of those who will be testifying tonight. If you haven't already done so, if you could please sign up and put your request in the basket so that the mayor can call on you. As well as there are, as I understand, 3 spokespeople that are signed up tonight. And if that is in error, when the mayor opens the public testimony, please do let him know. And then just what is a staff report and this process? Staff report is a review and synthesis of an application of agency comments, including city department comments ranging from the city engineer, city attorney, etc., as well as outside agencies such as ACHD or DEQ, as well as public comments within the context of applicable state and local regulations. Tonight, this is a de novo public hearing. There is no formal staff recommendation tonight. However, staff has provided, and it's in the record, a draft staff suggested decision document, including reasoned findings related to each of the required reason statements related to each of the required findings that the mayor noted as he opened up this matter. I do want to note that the staff, me or development services staff, are not the experts on all matters. We do rely on others that have expertise. And it's my understanding that there is representation from ACHD online tonight. If you have any questions for ACHD. Of course, your legal representation is up at the dais with you tonight if you have legal questions. And we have the Public Works Director that's also available tonight if you have questions regarding, or particularly the engineering comments on sewer or drainage. It's also notable that this application was brought in under the administrative with notice and process and was processed as such. But code does allow for staff to pass this to a public hearing in front of the city council. And so it was also noticed under a public hearing with where it is tonight before you. There are limitations for the decision maker, as you all know. But just for those more in the audience, I would say that the decision makers or the city council tonight must review the entirety of the record and make their decision based on what is in the record. And so your decision does need to be supported by what's in the record and only what's in the record tonight. And also established on applicable state and local regulations. And with that, I know that the packet was quite thick, and I know that you have read it all. I know that each of the council members have, but I would like to highlight some items that have come out through public comment or that need specific highlighting. Noise is one item that has been of concern within the neighborhood. And I do want to note that there are conditions of approval in the recommended decision document, staff recommended decision document that limit construction hours, as well as the applicant has relocated the trash to the west to deal with noise and odor concerns. There's been concerns about the impact to the city systems. The applicant would be required to pay impact fees for all applicable fees, so to ACHD, potentially to Ada County should the city adopt impact fees for Ada County in the meantime, to North Ada County Fire and Rescue District, as well as to connect to the water and sewer systems. There have been concerns about stormwater. The applicant has proposed pavers and drainage, and the city engineer, if this is approved tonight, this is just step one. It will need to go through further review of the site and the structures for compliance with applicable regulations. And so the city engineer will further review this application should it be approved as it goes through the building permit process. As well will the building reviewer, fire reviewer, etc. And so there have been questions whether or not elevators, for example, are required, or if it meets fire codes. Before this application can be constructed, it has that whole staff level review cycle to go through to ensure compliance with those matters. Lighting is conditioned to be down shielded, and there is also fencing between the parking area and the adjacent neighborhood, as well as Ms. Nelson had noted, additional vegetation than what's required by code. And then maybe the more complex matters start with the tiling of the drainage district that runs adjacent to the site. Code discourages tiling of any waterway unless there's extenuating circumstances. There is a letter from the applicant's engineer noting that the ditch and the sewer, the existing sewer, shared the same space, which causes maintenance problems for both the ditch as well as the sewer system. And due to slope requirements, relocating either one of those matters is not feasible. And so your design review consultants have recommended that be considered an extenuating circumstance to allow for the tiling of that waterway. That's not the Thurman mill that runs to the rear of the property. That will remain open. The next is probably sewer. The Ruby lift station and sewer monitoring station are at capacity. And the applicant has proposed an alternative connection that would bypass the Ruby lift station. And this has been determined by the city engineer to be consistent with regulations as well as technically feasible. The next would be transportation is a matter where the neighbor's testimony, there's a vast amount of testimony on this, which identifies legitimate perceived traffic concerns. Anybody who spends enough time at this building, as the decision makers do, has firsthand experience trying to get in and out onto Marigold, as do the neighbors that are here. And so there is quite a bit of testimony identifying these concerns. That is also met with ACHD review. That there is a staff report from ACHD in the packet, as well as the applicant has provided a traffic study. In looking at ACHD's report, as well as the traffic study, staff suggests that that evidence is tied to adopted metrics and professional methodology. And they have found, Kimberly Horn and ACHD, that, well, let's go to ACHD has found that this application is not anticipated to exceed the ACHD adopted level of services. They have Marigold Street is classified as a residential collector roadway, which allows for up to 530 vehicle trips during PM peak hours. The existing PM peak volumes, as identified by ACHD in June of 2024, data is 391 trips, and they anticipate that this development would result in 92 additional trips, or 483, so below that threshold. And then the Kimberly Horn trip generation review that the applicant provided found that this development is anticipated to result in 2.1% of the AM peak hour traffic and 1.6% of the PM traffic. It's also noteworthy that staff had quite a bit of discussion with the applicant as they were going through this process on refining, or design review consultants and staff in refining. They had proposed 3 access points onto Marigold. They, including the Bible College's access, so 2, 1 shared, 1 for the apartments and 1 for the college. The most recent submittals and discussions, they've been able to work that down to 2 access points, including the shared access that aligns with Pintail, which is controlled by a stop sign. And that's important for a couple of reasons. One, having that alignment with the stop sign allows for identified traffic, already existing traffic patterns to remain in place. And then the second is anytime you enter an access into the main road, you create a point of conflict for roads and for users of the road as well as pedestrians. And so removing one of those access is beneficial. And another condition that's required, or that the applicant has agreed to, is where the pedestrians will be crossing the drive aisles, is to bulb out those drive aisles so they have less distance to cross, as well as maintain the sidewalk flush with the adjacent sidewalk. And so what that does is for those that are mobility impaired, they don't have to be going up and down kind of all these ramps. And then probably the most testimony has been on the compatibility of this application with the surrounding neighborhood. And there's certainly a large, a prevalent perception that this application is a contrast and is not compatible with the surrounding single and two-story units or dwelling units or homes around the application or around the property. Some have pointed to the comprehensive plan as for incompatibility with the neighborhood. It is noteworthy that the Idaho Supreme Court has found, with certain exceptions, the comp plan is not a legally binding document. It's a document that is intended to be a guide for decision makers, an advisory document, with the exception of your zoning ordinances, rezoning, and that conditional use or special use permits cannot be in conflict. This application is not any of those applications tonight. And so in this instance, the Supreme Court would rule that the comprehensive plan is not a legally binding document, but again, rather an advisory document. However, the zoning code is a legally binding a document that the city needs to enforce. As Ms. Nelson had indicated, in the R3 zoning district, multifamily dwellings are an allowed use, they're a permitted use, with densities of up to 35 dwelling units per acre, as well as unrestricted building heights. There has been testimony that a development does not have to meet the maximum, but that staff would suggest that that is true. But in order for the city to regulate against that, they must be clearly in conflict with a required finding. And for the benefit of the audience, as the city council does know this, it's of note that this current city council was not involved in the 2015 amendment to the R3 zoning district, which resulted in the increase to the 35 units per acre and unrestricted zoning height. At that point, at that time, that council did find that that was in compliance with the comprehensive plan and legal. And staff would suggest that that 2015 rezone application is not germane tonight. And the appeal period has long since lapsed. And moreover, it's not spot zoning in that it was a citywide zone and not specific to this application. Since then, the R3 zoning designation has faced scrutiny, and this city council has responded by initiating the RM zoning district, which reduces the density and the height. However, this application came in before that zone was in effect, as well as this application is in the R3 zoning district at this point in time. And so the R3 zoning district regulations that were in effect at the time the application was applied for are what are in effect. City council can approve or deny this application, or if you need more time or more information, you certainly can continue. Staff would recommend continuing to a date certain. And during deliberation, staff will pull up the staff's recommended decision document so that you can look at the drafted reason statements. There are a lot of them. And if there are any changes, if there are a number of changes to those statements, staff would suggest perhaps that the decision document come back at the next meeting on the consent agenda, just so we can make sure that we've accurately reflected what you intend. If the council moves to deny this application, the council must also legally provide what can be done to result in approval, what could be done to result in approval. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Thornbull?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
thank you, Ms. Thornborough, for your presentation. Thorough as always, and I really appreciate the work that your department does for these, to support these applicants. It's a no small undertaking, as everyone here can witness. I have a question about the tiling, if we can refer to that. So once this irrigation district facility is tiled, who then is responsible for the maintenance of that and upkeep of the tiling? Would that be the district, the applicant, the city? I assume tiling fails.
Mayor, Council President Page, the applicant in the rebuttal may address this if I'm incorrect, but I believe that ditch is small enough that the applicant would be responsible for its long-term maintenance versus the drainage facility.
Great, maybe we can get some clarification on that on rebuttal.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And thank you for all your time and energy with this application as well. So on the lighting that you talked about, that it will be down shielded. Obviously I have a visual as to what that really means, but there will be some light that will spray, for lack of a better word, away from each light. And I was curious, and I didn't look, I confess, at detail at the lighting plan, but I'm curious if there's lighting in the landscape buffer against the eastern property line, and will that be also shielded in such a way that it looks away from those adjacent properties?
Mayor, Councilmember Rasmussen, I do not recall any lighting in the landscape buffer.
Okay.
However, the condition of approval that's drafted requires that all lighting be down shielded to try to reduce any potential light trespass onto adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Director Thornborough, I apologize, but I'm going to bounce around a little bit with some questions. Do we have any representative from ITD here, or strictly ACHD?
Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, I am unaware if there's anybody here formally from ITD. I do know that there has been a member of the neighborhood who works for ITD that's been present in discussions, but I don't see him tonight, nor if he has the ability to speak formally on ITD's behalf.
All right. I would like to then potentially ask the ACHD, do we have that representative available?
I do see Rebecca online. She just unmuted herself.
Mayor Evans, Councilwoman, I'm here. Yes, Rebecca Phillips on behalf of ACHD.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We can hear you. Just formally identify yourself, please, for the record.
Yes, for the record, my name is Rebecca Phillips, Transportation Planner with ACHD.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Within the packet, and Ms. Thornborough may also need to hop in here. Within the packet, on page 14 of the summary from Development Services, the second paragraph on page 14 states the city has formally requested that ACHD further evaluate Marigold Street. Was that further evaluation completed?
Mayor Evans, Councilwoman, we currently have a concept study underway at this moment. I'm actually the planner on the study. And we are currently evaluating Marigold. Yes, that is in motion.
Part of my question here is there seems to be some conflict in the packet on page 8 of the Development Services Report. Under ITD's comments, the department had this, I'm reading the comments, the department had previously reviewed and accepted the traffic impact study and does not have any requirements for this development. However, and I think this is pretty significant, ITD would like to remind the city that this corridor is already congested and the department does not have any funding assigned to mitigate traffic congestion in the Glenwood corridor. Rebecca, how does this tie, this comment, how does it tie to ACHD's study and resulting analysis? If it does at all?
Mayor Evans, Councilwoman, thank you for the question. I'm not, and you're saying that comment is from ITD. I'm trying to find out which page that you're actually on here. Is it the entire design review report? I have that in front of me.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Page 8. Okay, so just based on what I heard you say, okay, yeah. And so this is a comment I actually previously have heard and familiar with, and it's possible that ITD maybe was tying that into the Marigold Glenwood intersection and their corridor concept study that they had. We are still having discussions and we're still in the process of entertaining any type of coordinated effort in terms of that intersection. So there's nothing that's been determined at this moment. But funds and allocation of funds and all of that, those types of things, they do change on an annual basis. And ACHD does have coordinated meetings with ITD, and those are actually coming up, and that will be a topic that we will bring forth, considering we are reviewing those with the consultant this year. We're reviewing those intersections of Marigold and Garrett, Marigold and Coffee, and Marigold and Glenwood. So those are all discussions that are being made as we speak.
Thank you. Another question. There's testimony, and I believe even statements within the report, that ACHD's study is based on a report from 2024. Is that correct?
So the study is not based on 2024. What I think they are, Mayor Evans, Councilwoman, I apologize. What they are likely referring to is the traffic counts that are from 2024. And generally, traffic counts are considered reliable for 1 to 3 years before needing revalidation, especially with periodic checks that we conduct and all of the different coordinated efforts. We are obtaining new counts as we speak on Marigold, as well as all of the intersections and the turning movements. So that is all being taken into account. And like I mentioned, I'm super happy to answer anyone's questions after this hearing. If Jenna wants to pass along my information, I'm the planner on the Marigold Street concept study, which we are bringing to the public in the month of May.
Thank you. One more question. Regarding the traffic counts and the assessment and recommendation by ACHD, do you know if it factored the based on what I've read here and what's been provided, the traffic counts were assumed or calculated in June of 2024. We had a fairly significant announcement in October of 2024 of the new soccer fields. Mm-hmm. Has there been any calculation or evaluation on what that impact of the new soccer fields and the traffic that that will be and the impact it will have on Glenwood and specifically the Marigold and Glenwood area?
Yes, Mayor Evans, Councilwoman, great question. That has not been factored into this specific application or this staff report. I think with any type of development that large, that's all, something that's likely done with modeling and what have you. That's a great question, but that has not been factored into this staff report.
Thank you. I really appreciate the information. Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, I do have a few more questions for Ms. Thornborough.
Certainly.
Director Thornborough, there's been, as you indicated, a lot of concern and questions regarding the design and the form factor of this applicant and how it fits into the neighborhood. And I am not a design expert at all. My question is specifically to the appearance of the project. And I will go ahead and say, I think this applicant has, based on the information we've received and demonstrated this evening, is willing to work toward resolution to make this application successful. My question is, in the actual facade, we've heard testimony and in your comments, and specifically from the design review team, there were comments, repeated comments and recommendations that there had not been changes to the facade. Tonight, Ms. Nelson indicated that they're willing to update that facade to comply with design review recommendations. My question to both you and the applicant, I suppose, is in looking at the public testimony and this application's renderings, I am concerned that it lacks the feeling of a neighborhood development. Specifically, it looks very, very much like an urban development. And I'm going to reference public testimony from Ms. Dean. And she provided photos, and one specifically in her public testimony, she indicates as number 1, homes along Willowdale Drive, which are adjacent to the Boise Bible College property and are representative of the architecture style and one-story design of all the homes along the street and the Willowbrook subdivision. Now, I understand code, and there's no intent here to enforce a single level development. However, I think I don't even have the words to identify the very, very different look of this compared to a very, what I would call a squarish box design. What are your comments and observations regarding the disparate appearance of the applicant's product and this neighborhood look, if you have any?
Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, certainly. The code does have quite a section regarding design. What code does not have is spelling out for specific neighborhoods, specific architectural styles. So it doesn't say in this neighborhood it must be a craftsman or modern or etc. It more speaks to addressing in broad strokes things like the public realm or privacy or etc. And so there are requirements for how different architectural elements must be applied, but it's, instead of saying it's this specific type of architectural design style, it might say, for example, the front door needs to address the public street. And so for that reason, in Garden City, you can have a wide range of different styles that you might see. And I guess that's the extent of my answer. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Again, Mr. Mayor, appreciate your
We're going to let you go till you finish.
I appreciate that. I think that will conclude my questions for now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor,
Okay.
council, thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I give a brief legal review?
Certainly. Let me ask Rebecca one question if I can. Rebecca, you mentioned Marigold, Glenwood, coffee, Marigold, coffee, Glenwood intersections, and maybe you mentioned another one. We're under discussion. I'm not sure what that means as far as a timeline. Can you help me out on that? Is that something that's imminent or?
Mayor Evans,
I've
yes.
seen discussions that have lasted years. No offense.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Evans, yes, that's a great question. And we're very excited that this year we're in the midst of the concept study as we speak. Your agency's top priority, one of your top priorities was Marigold Street. And with our new push, that's what we're focusing on. So we're really excited to be in the middle of this effort. There is a timeline indeed. Currently we have our consultant working on traffic analysis, then we'll be heading out to the public and all of the residents, the neighbors, the businesses. We'll be incorporating all of them into our effort. What we're going to be doing is we'll have the three intersections. So Marigold and Garrett, Marigold and Coffee, Marigold and Glenwood. We'll have two alternatives for each of those intersections that will propose improvements to all of which include bike pedestrian improvements, traffic improvements, congestion, and everything that we hear from the public will be incorporating into those alternatives, as well as a striping plan for Marigold. So as you know, Marigold is built out and ACHD is not proposing for any right-of-way takes or acquisition. We're going to stay within the right-of-way limits that we have and propose a restriping plan, which we'll also bring out to the public. So as I mentioned, all of that will be heading out for public involvement around May-ish. And I do have Jenna flagged on my project team. We have our traffic analysis meeting coming up in February. That will kick off our project team meeting. So you guys will start hearing more and more about all of that. Did I answer your question or?
Okay, it does. You're already getting started on it.
Yep.
I think there's a natural expectation, maybe expectation is the wrong word. There's a curiosity of, does this slip into the 5-year work program? Once you figure out what you want to do, we're looking at down the road a ways, I'm presuming, for any physical changes.
Mayor Evans, the striping plan will be the first approach to Marigold. That's going to be incorporated into our 2027 chip seal program. The intersections are scheduled to begin design. I believe they are already, they're in the 5-year plan, the intersections. I believe they're slated for 2030. Don't quote me. I don't have that in front of me. But yes, they are in the 5-year plan. And if they're on your agency's priority list, it is our priority for ACHD.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Phillips, before you go, can I just sort of put you on hold? I might want to ask you a question, but I want to talk with the applicant for a second. Does the applicant have someone here representing Kinley Horn in the study? Great. Okay. I will not need you, Ms. Phillips. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Phillips, one last question. What is the difference between a collector and an arterial? Is it just traffic counts, or is there other aspects of a road that makes them different other than traffic count?
Mayor Evans, Councilman, that is a great question. I unfortunately do not have that answer. I'm not sure if Jenna, she's super knowledgeable, if she can maybe jump in if she knows the difference between that, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Okay, we've done the applicant, we're doing staff. If you have another question for the applicant, I'm going to recall them. If you have a question regarding the traffic count.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was gonna wait till rebuttal, but if we can get it in
No,
now,
I think
that-
we ought to get anything that you want to know from the applicant that you know
Okay.
now. Let's get that dealt with. So,
Mr. Mayor, can we please call the representative from Kimley Horn?
yes. If you would, sir, come either way, either way. I don't know if you have what you have to share. If you would, sir, please identify yourself. I'll let the record reflect I've recalled whoever you are as part of the applicant's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, my name is Tim Nicholson. I'm with Kimley Horn. Our address is 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210 in Boise, Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. I have a question. I'm referring just for the purposes of everyone in the room to the record. So not part of this packet, but on the record, there's a link provided by the applicant to the findings of your traffic impact study. And I do enjoy technical writing, and it gave me PTSD because I went back to my methods class in college, but help me understand. I think the punchline, the bottom line that I heard in Miss Nelson's presentation was that there were the findings, the final line was 92 trip increase in the count in the peak AM PM hours. Was that the finding, the final finding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, briefly, because there's a lot of people here, and can you show your work on that in a way that helps me understand how 236 dwelling units, most one bedroom, that might be one car. Some one bedrooms are going to have two cars. I think a two bedroom is probably going to have two cars, maybe not. And a three bedroom is certainly going to have at least two cars. How do we come up with 92 trips in the peak hours?
Certainly. So it's based off the ITE trip generation manual, the 11th edition, I believe, that we were using. And basically the trip generation manual sets forth, based on national standards and national studies, what each dwelling unit, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 bedroom unit, would have for trips per day and when those trips will happen. So essentially there's like 1,071 trips per day for the 236 units, of which 92 of them are in the AM peak and 92 of them are in the PM peak.
In this manual, are there grades of towns? So I've visited New York City many times, right? And some people have cars, most people don't. A lot of people rely on public transportation. Do they fall subject to this same manual? Are they calculated in that average?
Yes, I believe they are.
Versus, I don't know, Riggins, Idaho, right? Where there's probably not a whole lot of remote workers in Riggins, Idaho.
I would imagine most people are driving in Riggins, Idaho. They're not taking too many buses.
Yeah,
or walking.
Yeah. So that's kind of my point. I'm not trying to be clever, but how reliable is that in a Garden City application, as far as kind of considering what our typical Idahoan is in, and of course in this area off Marigold, and judging from the room, you'll see there's many retirees, but people that are attracted to the diverse housing styles that this project represents are generally working people, working professionals. There might be some retirees, but probably fewer. I don't know. Just how confident are you in this number? It seems low to me, to be honest.
So the IT trip generation manual is the standard for all modeling like this. It's used for all applications, whether it's a single family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, fast food places. That's kind of the holy grail for where traffic engineers go to determine what these numbers are, right? So I am confident in the numbers and what they represent.
I appreciate your confidence, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And Councilman Rasmussen, if I could, I can't give you the definition of an arterial street, but the definition of a collector street says, and this is from the ACHD policy manual, section 7206 under collector streets, specifically 7206.1. The primary function of a collector is to intercept traffic from the local street system, smaller streets, and carry that traffic to the nearest arterial, the larger streets. The secondary function is to service adjacent property. Access will be limited or controlled. So you had asked specifically what an arterial is. The arterial is kind of the backbone of the transit network to be able to convey most of the traffic from those smaller roads out to where they need to go and then back down into the smaller street network.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, if I can ask a follow-up on this last discussion.
Sure.
With Council President Page, excuse me. I guess just to clarify what we're talking about with peak hours. Excuse me again. Is it 92 in the span of a couple of hours, say a commute, or is it 92 per hour? It's over the course of 2 hours or 3 hours in the afternoon or in the morning.
It's 92 in that particular peak hour.
1 hour.
1 hour.
Okay, so there's not peak hours. There's not like peak hours from 4 to 6. There's one peak hour that's been identified, and it's 92 in that 1 hour.
So that window is looked at. So it's basically from 7:30 till 9:30 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. And we look at the volumes in those hours and determine what the peak, the number of traffic counts of vehicles, the most amount of vehicles in any given hour.
Okay.
Based on 5-minute increments.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Mayor, may I follow up? I apologize. Can
Sure.
you reiterate what the hours are?
It was 7:30 till 9:30 and a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other traffic study related questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. The council, are there any other applicant related questions? I'm happy they brought a team here. If you have any other specifics on any other elements of the development that maybe haven't been addressed that you would have a question about, maybe this would be a good time. We can always do it after we hear testimony too. But if there isn't, we'll move on. I'm going to do a short recess for everybody and then we'll start the public hearing. Okay, so
Sounds good.
let's come back here and I don't know, as soon as we can get back here, 7-8 minutes. Okay.
We're back on the record, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I neglected one final item before we start the public hearing as part of the staff review, and that's our legal report. So Mr. Wadhams, if you give us that.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just briefly, I have a legal memorandum. It's on page 35 of your council packet. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out before the public hearing is opened. On page 2 of my legal memo, or page 36 of the packet, what's really, really important, whatever the council decides to do tonight, what's really important from a legal standpoint is the council needs to come up with a written reason statement. What does that mean? A reason statement that the council must come up with, it must plainly state the resolution of factual disputes. We have already heard there's multiple factual disputes. It's up to the council to decide those factual disputes, all of them, the ones that come up in the testimony. Any factual disputes, they need to be resolved in the written decision. So the council has to plainly state the resolution of factual disputes, identify the evidence supporting the factual determination, and explain the basis for legal conclusions, including identification of pertinent laws and or regulations upon which the legal conclusions rest. So it's not enough to say, I believe person number A and not person number B. You would have to put in the decision, we believe person number A because, and then you fill in the blank why you believe that person. So it's very important from a legal standpoint and for any judicial review that we have a well-reasoned statement. And that's the main thing I wanted to say right now. Also in my memo, I point out some factual disputes that I identified. And so that's in my memo. And but we're probably going to have some more factual disputes as the night goes on and we hear further testimony. So that's the main thing I wanted to say. Regarding the record, I just wanted to make sure that the council and everybody present is aware that there's really two different records. There's something we call the council packet, and that is on the website, and that's public. And then there's also the record that's put together, and that's all the hyperlinked stuff. So when somebody is reviewing the record includes not only the council packet, but the record that is hyperlinked. And I mention that now because there are 3 different draft decision documents in either the packet or the record. And I just want to clarify what that means. In the council packet, there's a draft decision, and that's put together by staff, development services staff, and that starts on page 43 of the council packet. But then you're going to see another version that's in the record, actually 2 other versions, I believe, that are in the record, and those have red lines from the applicant's attorney, Gibbons Persley and Deb Nelson, who we've heard from here today. So those are slightly different versions of recommended findings for the council to decide. But the council doesn't have to follow any of those. If the council wants to deny, that is the council's prerogative, but then again, you'd have to explain why you would want to deny. And for examples on why perhaps a denial would be appropriate, I would point you to the letter written from Jeannie Jackson-Heim. She has very reasoned arguments in her letter. And if the council wanted to, you could cut and paste stuff from Jeannie Jackson-Heim's letter as well. So just because there are recommendations from staff or recommendations from the applicant, that does not mean you have to follow it. You could follow Jeannie Jackson-Heim's letter or anybody else's letter. So I think it's important to make clear there has been no predetermination. What's in the packet are only recommendations to the council. And I think that's all I wanted to say. And that's my legal review, and I stand for questions. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Wadhams?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Wadhams, does the reason statement need to be rendered at this hearing?
Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, that's a great question. And I did want to comment on that briefly because no, there's several different ways the council could take care of this issue. You could start the public hearing tonight and continue the public hearing to a date certain. You could get through the public hearing tonight and start the deliberations tonight and then continue the deliberations to a date certain. So it does not all have to be decided tonight. But if you are to conclude the public hearing and conclude the deliberations tonight, I would recommend you come up with the reasoned statement tonight. And that's where we would go through each of the 8 criteria. And I'm going to recommend we put them on the overhead projector and we go 1, 2, 3 through 8, and the council can decide what they believe is accurate. And then what I'm going to recommend is that we compile all that stuff. You get direction from staff, whatever you decide, and then staff goes and we continue the written statement, the reasoned statement, until either the next council meeting or the meeting after that. We come back with that reasoned statement, put it on the consent agenda or just the normal agendas, and the council can look at that and determine if that's an accurate representation of what your findings are. So whatever happens tonight, I am going to recommend it be continued so the staff can put the final touches on the decision document, and it can come back and the council can take a second look at that decision document, because that is the legal controlling document that would be reviewed and discussed in a court of law if we get that far. So I think take as much time as you need to come up with that reasoned statement. But again, the council needs to decide and determine all factual disputes and what you believe and what you don't believe.
Thank you, Mr. Water.
Thank you.
Thank you. Having said that, I'm going to open the public hearing in a minute. I will call your name. If you have, again, if you need assistance by showing something on the screen up here, if you have a mini presentation, please go to the podium on your right. If you have oral presentation, you can come to the center podium. It's just the way we're going to do that. When I call your name, I'll indicate how much time you have. We have a timer here, green, yellow, and red. I don't know how many of you plan to testify tonight, but we typically adhere to a 3-minute testimony time so we can get through what could be 100 people in here tonight. So there will be individuals that I'm giving more time to. It's because they are representing others. So that time is added together for certain individuals that have indicated to me ahead of the meeting and that those people that they represent won't be testifying. You've chosen to have somebody speak for you. So with that,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Apologize. Before we open the public hearing, there was a question of some late submittals and consideration if the council will allow those. Do we need to take that up now?
We need to take it up before we deliberate. So I think we can go on with the public hearing portion, and then before we start deliberation, we might take a recess at that point and make sure you have an opportunity to read those. I haven't been able to read them yet. Maybe you guys have. But you can just determine whether you want to read them and make them part of the record. But certainly you need to have an opportunity to look at them if you haven't. If you decide you want to admit them, that's fine. But we'll do it before we deliberate.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing on DSR FY 2025-0008. I have sign-up sheet. I'll call your name, and if you need any technical assistance, Lisa will help you. We'll start with Terry Dean. Terry will have 10 minutes. She's the Willowbrook Homeowners Association president, and she indicated to me that that would be enough time. So welcome, Terry. Pleasure to have you here. If you would,
Thank you.
give us your name and address so we have it on the record. Jenna, we may need your assistance. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, sit back down and I'll start with the next one. And while Jenna's getting ready to,
Okay.
because I'm sorry, I can't help you over there.
Okay. Well, okay. I have other parts I could read first and go
Well,
back to the pictures, or.
Well, it's okay. I'm gonna, we'll just go to, can I call you Kenley? Yes. Okay, thank you. Kenley, welcome. Kenley has been allotted 15 minutes. He's representing additional folks. So welcome. Mr. Grover, I couldn't read your name for a second. Okay. I'm old.
That's all.
All right, so welcome. If you give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Kenley Grover from Lerma Grove Law. My address is 3045 East Copper Point Drive, Meridian, Idaho 83642. And I'm here on behalf of several residents in the neighboring area around this particular project. I keep the comments quick and to the points, and open it up for questions afterwards. I have submitted a letter back in July and also recently just a series of bullet points the local community brought to the attention of the developer at a recent community meeting. I'll go through those with you just to outline some of the major concerns that the neighboring residents are worried about. And primarily right now, the issue that takes kind of paramount place is that there are 20 properties directly adjacent to this. While there are setbacks that have been met according to code, those particular properties are going to be impacted by this project. And we're in the process of engaging with an appraiser to discuss the actual monetary amount that impact is going to have, but for or against. Developer did mention at the community meeting that there was no negative impacts, only positive, which raised a number of eyebrows. But right now, it's pretty clear to see that 4-story building next to a 55+ community of patio homes and single-story homes is going to have a disparate impact on those properties, especially when it comes time to resell them. There's one particular neighbor that I had a conversation with, or my clients have had conversations with as well, that has indicated that they went to sell their property to disclose this particular project and lost buyers because of this particular project. So the negative impact on these property values is something that we think is worth considering and goes against not only Idaho code, but one of those directives that you have to address tonight, one of those 8 value criteria you need to meet. And because of that, this project should be denied. The next issue is regarding parking. Now, the plans that I've reviewed throughout the record showed that there was going to be 152 additional parking spots from the Boise Bible College. I believe Ms. Nelson testified at the outset of this that this project isn't going to be using any of those parking spots, but I haven't seen any submittals that show that they complied with that in design changes. In fact, I went to look at the record while I was sitting there, and if you look at 12/22/25 additional supplement from RENNISON, it outlines that there's actually a photo that they submitted into the record showing those 152 spaces that they were hoping to use. And if you look at the table on page 8, it showed that there are 389 required parking spaces, but the project on site only had 328. And that raises some concerns with my clients because there are similar projects throughout Garden City where they've improved the properties by adding these multi-story properties or buildings, and parking ends up overflowing onto the street. And with the adjacent neighborhoods, they're concerned that this parking issue would impact them. And we're also concerned that this parking issue does not comply with one of the requirements that they're supposed to meet in this particular project. And that should be denied because of that. Another issue is the impact on the local roadways. Now, we have heard some testimony that this will not take it over the threshold that ACHD or ITD has set. I agree with President Hayes that that number doesn't seem quite logical, considering the law of averages across the country, an additional 92 trips per peak hour, or possibly 300 to 400 additional cars at this particular location. Doesn't seem to make sense. Add that to the already overloaded intersection at Glenwood and Marigold, which I understand that they've offered some percentages. I would just counsel to take those percentages with a grain of salt. An increase of 2% and an increase of 1.6%. While that may not sound like a lot, if you're already operating over capacity, even the lightest straw can still break a camel's back. And I would counsel you guys to understand and evaluate the premise in which those percentages are offered. Because if we rely on percentages, you could say that this particular project is a 100% increase in height around the surrounding neighborhood. Now, you go from 2 stories to 4. That is a 100% increase in height. Now, we can use all the dramatic percentages we want, but let's just do some common sense. You're adding 300 to 400 new cars on an already choked street. And that increase in traffic doesn't sound like it's going to be remedied until possibly 2030. Now it is ways down the road. So let's be cautious in our assessment of this particular project and understand that there are no solutions to the problem. And seeing that there's no solutions to that particular problem, we request that you deny this application. We would like to thank the developer for moving the garbage bins. We wish they would do the same with recycling. But at the end of the day, this is still going to create an additional nuisance to the neighbors in excess of what is currently around them. And this increase in intensity and height does not fit with those particular single-family homes. Now, I agree with Director Thornborough that the Idaho, or the city's comprehensive plan for the Supreme Court of Idaho is not controlled. But I would advise the council today that this comprehensive plan was promulgated according to Title 67, Chapter 65 of Idaho Code. It spells out that all developments are subject and are required to not violate private property rights, adversely impact property values, or create unnecessary technical limitations on the use of adjacent properties. While the comprehensive plan is not controlling, Idaho Code is. And just because you may have a city ordinance that allows for unlimited height does not mean the city ordinance preempts state law. And I would advise you to abide by state law in evaluating the intensity of this particular project to realize that it exceeds the intensity and scope of the neighborhood. Coupled with that, as brought up by Councilmember Jorgensen, this particular project, while it may be attractive in an urban environment, does not fit in with the particular neighborhood in which they're intending to build it. Neither the design features, the height, the colors, or the balconies, however beautiful they may be, do not fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods. And it breaks the continuity as required by the comprehensive plan and Idaho Code. Because of that, this application should be. The next issue that I know is of a major concern to my clients is the sewage question. It sounds like there's a proposal that the sewage lines be run through the Willowbrook subdivision because there are no other avenues currently available. Those particular roads that will be torn up are private roads of those particular residents required to be maintained by them. The last thing you want to see is that quiet neighborhood under construction, those roads torn up and poorly patched, because this particular project exceeds the capacity in which it's intended for. And while we appreciate the directional lighting and the privacy fence, we believe that this particular project is not fit for this particular use. And with that, I'll leave my technical question.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Grover?
Mr. Grover. I do have a question. At the beginning of your presentation, you indicated that you've retained an appraiser to be doing an assessment of the property values that abut. Is that all 20 properties?
We're working with the appraiser to provide an analysis on the adjacent properties. The scope of that investigation and review, I haven't really gotten to a conclusion as of yet. There's been some discussion back and forth with the appraiser, but we're still.
For a body like ours that's required to make a decision on the record, do you have a record to present?
I don't have anything concrete from that particular appraiser, other than just the conversations that we had, and she mentioned that this can be something of a concern. And
I appreciate that, but that's anecdotal hearsay. Yeah,
I understand. But also I had a conversation with a neighbor, not in the Willowbrook subdivision, but a smaller one, just closer to Marigold, who went to sell their house, in which they informed their neighbors that they weren't able to sell their house for what they were hoping for.
well, perhaps that person will testify to that.
I'm here to offer that in their place, with information that I've received.
Thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Grover?
Mr. Grover, I do have a couple of questions. Can you indicate or share with us which subdivision lost a buyer? Was it in Willowbrook?
I can't remember the name, but it's the one next to Willowbrook, the smaller one. Maybe the community members can help me out here, what the name of it is.
Thank you.
And I believe it was a property that does abut to the Boise Bible College project, the Antioch project.
Thank you. You repeatedly, in your written statement, you state that you're not opposed to reasonable development. This evening, you repeatedly stated that this application should be denied. What would your remedies be for approval?
I've had many discussions with my clients on this particular issue. We would like to see something that fits in more closely both design and height with the surrounding neighborhood. So if we went from 4 stories to 2 stories, there would be no objections from our end of things. That would also decrease the stress of traffic, possibly help out with some of the sewage issues, and a lot of the other problems we currently have with this particular project. We understand that development will happen, that Garden City will continue to grow, that their housing needs will still need to be met. But we don't feel that this particular project, as it's presented in this review, complies with Idaho code or with the community standards.
I appreciate that. Mr. Grover, have you had any direct conversations with the applicant?
A couple of conversations with the developer. Developer team, although not through council, because I was only informed they had council with my meeting with the mayor just recently.
Thank you. And on item 15 in your written testimony, you indicate that an 8-foot privacy fence between the project should be made of stone, cinder block, or other similar materials. Do you believe that there's a code that allows the council to enforce that or require that?
I believe that's what my clients were requesting. It's now my understanding that there's a 6-foot limitation on fencing. They've presented a vinyl fence, and like I said, we appreciate them making some concessions and working with us on that particular point. We would like it to be made of something a little more sturdy to help with sound, other than the vinyl fence. So we'd be probably willing to reduce it to the 6 foot to meet with the code requirements for our state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further for Mr. Grove?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything, but and thank you for being here today, but I want to make sure I understood what you said. You said that if it would be approved or you'd be supportive of it if it was 2 stories, and did you say single family homes or?
It could be multifamily homes.
Multifamily homes. Okay. Do you know that if that were to happen, there wouldn't be 200 plus or 235 or 240 dwelling units on this parcel, on these parcels?
It's my understanding that we were to take the existing building design and remove the top 2 stories. We go from 236 down to 115 or so, give or take. Just sticking with the plan as it currently exists. So you
That
can
is-
get the number that's there and cut it in half.
But that assumes the same footprint, so but that
Yes.
would require less parking, so possibly more buildings, or townhomes right up against the east property line. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, it sounds like you were pretty confident that a change in the application would make you feel better about it. And I don't know if there's a guarantee of that, but it sounds like you're confident that there is.
I'm confident that my clients would be willing to withdraw any objections if the building height went from 4 stories to 2 stories. We did have a number of discussions about some other issues, possibly flipping the building so that the balcony space the Boise Bible College, and we got more of the green space facing the Willowbrook subdivision. I mean, we came with a number of items that we would like to see, and that was pleasantly surprised to see that they have incorporated some of those into the recent proposal, and we're quite pleased that they're working with us on that. We're just pushing for a little bit more compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay.
So if they had to go with more buildings, but they were only 2-story, again, we'd be more open to that discussion, and we'd be willing to discuss that with the developer if they had any changes. And again, if we started to trend in that direction, I have my clients to be more than willing to withdraw any objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Grover. Okay, Terry, I think we're ready for you now. Janet, can you come up and assist, please? Okay. Terry, you have 10 minutes, and
Okay.
it's a pleasure having you. If you would, give us your name and address for the record.
Hey, good evening. My name is Terry Dean and I live at 5567 Willow Lawn Way in the Willowbrook neighborhood. I am the president of the Willowbrook HOA. I represent approximately 231 households. I sent a letter on December 23rd with pictures of the apartments on Bald Cypress and records, which the developer had said was an example of what their property would look like. As you can see by these pictures, you can see that the development does not look like what's in our neighborhood. This is Willowdale Street. That is the Antioch Apartments, or the Bald Cypress, the ones on Bald Cypress. They're Meritage Apartments is the name of them. And this is a picture showing the view of the third and fourth stories, being able to look right down into somebody's backyard. And this is showing open carports, in which at night, I have another picture showing the evening or morning picture. And this is showing parking on the streets. Even though there were parking spaces in the lot, I'm assuming these were guests or company or somebody else living there that, anyways, obviously there's street parking, and it's common knowledge that there's never enough parking when apartments are built, and they ignore the signs, the no parking sign, more street parking. And then here is showing the lights from the carport that would be glaring into the Willowbrook neighborhood. And I believe that this is a very great concern of why we would want the garage, the carports enclosed. And I don't know if down lighting would resolve all of that. And also another reason why we wanted a concrete 6-foot wall, because that would help with the lighting issue. We basically do not want the Antioch Apartments at the Boise Bible College to be built as it is presented. As a 4-story building, the transition and scale do not fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. You've heard that this evening. There are no buildings taller than 2 stories west of Glenwood next to single-family homes other than Strawberry Glen, in which the developer worked closely with residents for workable solutions. The developer for the Antioch Apartments has not offered Willowbrook very much in the way of buffers. The Antioch Apartments may have met design standards, but they have not met Willowbrook standards. We have made several requests of the developer at the 9/22 meeting, and it seems that most of them are being ignored. For example, we only found out that they are planning on putting their sewer line through our neighborhood a couple of weeks ago. This seems like foul play. When you look at the sewer plan, it looks like it dead ends in our neighborhood right by our water canals. We should have a right to review all easements and to have our attorney review them to see when they were established and if they were completed lawfully before it gets approved. We implore you to not approve the Antioch Apartments without conditions for Willowbrook and surrounding neighborhoods and the details of the sewer. If you approve it tonight, it gives the developer no motivation to meet any of our conditions or to give us any information about the sewer or ditches or effects on our water pressure, etc. On the 9/22 meeting at the clubhouse, the developer said he would consider flipping the apartment building 180 degrees in order to have less apartments that are able to look down into the yards of our single-story homes. He also mentioned that we also asked about a concrete wall. And the developer also mentioned that it would be fenced in because the Boise Bible College doesn't want to be imposed upon by the residents of the Antioch apartments. This should speak volumes. We don't want to be imposed upon either. If you approve this tonight without getting the sewer details figured out, as well as requiring conditions to protect Willowbrook, it will put our Willowbrook neighborhood at a severe disadvantage. If they want to put the sewer through our neighborhood, it would at least give us some negotiating power in order to get the buffers and greatly needed information about the sewer and water that we need in order to protect our Willowbrook neighborhood. It doesn't make sense that there are the RM zoning that is in the process of being approved down the road to protect us. But if this gets approved before we get buffers that we are requesting, what motivation does that give the developer to work with us if he gets the approval tonight? And I would like to submit a list of some of the conditions that we want put on the developer if this project gets approved tonight. We don't have enough information for this to be approved tonight, in our opinion. And I don't know if you want me to read this. Some of them have been covered by Kenley. There's a few more.
That's your discretion. You've got 4.5 minutes left.
Okay.
If you want to read them, or you can submit it and they'll make them part of the record and the council will have to.
I guess I'll go ahead and read them.
Okay, go ahead.
The building slipped 180 degrees for less exposure to Willowdale homes. Dumpsters moved far away from Willowbrook due to noise, smell, and pests. And that's all dumpsters, because not every person is conscientious about only putting recycling in the correct dumpster. Plus, in the mornings when they're picking them up, there's the noise, the trucks. It's just, it would be not good. 6-foot concrete wall for privacy, enclosed carports to keep lights from shining into our neighborhood. We want an engineer that we hire to look at the sewer and water and canal ditch plans to protect Willowbrook. Water pressure is low at times in Willowbrook, as well as the sewer being maxed out and possible drainage issues. A reduced height to 2 or 3 stories at most, gabled roofs to fit in better with the surrounding neighborhoods, more parking, as was mentioned at the 9/22/25 neighborhood meeting at Willowbrook. They mentioned some parking up front, but that wasn't the same parking that was mentioned in their original application. It was, he mentioned another section, and it was on close to Marigold, and I'm not sure, but he mentioned some extra parking there that they might have access to, might be able to make work. Okay, privacy or directional lighting on all building and parking structures to avoid light being directed at Willowbrook homes. And if they go through with the sewer in through our neighborhood, we would want them to pave all of Willowdale. Even if it affects 3/4 of it, we would want the whole street paved. So that's just some of the conditions I can think of at this time. Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. Are there questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Dean, for your presentation. I, in particular, enjoyed your letter that you submitted. Even before you came up here, I was a little bit smitten with the light trespass in the picture over there by the village from the carports. And I just wanted to make a record that in rebuttal, I'd like to maybe get some clarification on what the characterization of the lighting will be in that, because it's wow. Yeah, that picture, it had an impact on me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Dean, I do have a couple of questions. I appreciate both your written submittals and your testimony here this evening. I was trying to capture all of the asks as you were speaking, rattling them off. They seem to align with your written testimony of December 2nd, I believe, December 1st. My question is, you indicated that you had a meeting with the developer's representative in September,
That was the neighborhood meeting on September 22nd. That was at our clubhouse.
And do you know who that representative was?
I believe John Rennison was there, Caleb. Yeah.
And subsequently, it appears that you did not feel like you got adequate follow-up from the developer.
Correct.
Have you had any other conversations with the developer or the
No.
applicant?
No.
Since September?
No.
Okay. One other question, same question to you. Do you have any code that you can cite that this council could require the developer to, for instance, apply and require a 6-foot concrete building?
Well, I believe there is one at Strawberry Glen.
Okay.
I'm sure in there.
One other comment that you made I find interesting is in comparing this development to, I'm going to refer to it as Strawberry Glen. Is that okay? And I would acknowledge, and you will all hear me talk about this, I believe that the best solution is conversations between the neighborhoods and the developers. And I understand that we're all very, very busy, but usually the success at Strawberry Glen, I would submit, is primarily due to engagement between the developer and the neighborhood. So appreciate your testimony, appreciate your candor. And for me, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my questions and comments with Ms. Dean.
Okay, anything further, council? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeannie Jackson-Heim.
May I stand here, Mr. Mayor?
You certainly may, Jeannie. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. It's nice to see you. It's nice to be seen. I am Jeannie Jackson-Heim, for the record. I live at 8550 West Atwater Drive, just down the path here from you all in Garden City. And I'm here tonight in two capacities. I'm here as a representative of River's Edge Homeowners Association and also my personal capacity. I just want to clarify the staff summary of the public comments in the packet erroneously states I'm only representing River's Edge. So I just want to make sure that gets in the record that I'm here on my own behalf.
Okay.
And
Incidentally, you've got 15 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry, because you represent so many people.
I want to make sure my comments are included in the record.
Okay, thank you.
I did not want to make you sit through a recitation of my lengthy epistle, and I appreciate that it looks like many of you at least glanced at it, if not read it, and I really thank you for that because it has a lot of good stuff in it. I do want to just start by reiterating a couple of things. The Local Land Use Planning Act requires that any decision, whether for approval or denial, must include an explanation of how the project complies with the standards and criteria found in the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, or other appropriate regulation. And as you know, section 8-6B-3 of the Garden City Development Code requires the City Council to examine the proposed design and make specific findings that the design is compatible with the neighborhood in scale and intensity, does not create an adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and has facades, features, materials, building form, and other physical improvements that are compatible with or enhance the neighborhood. And these are findings 4, 5, and 6 in the draft decision document. I wish to draw your attention specifically to Garden City Development Code section 8-1A-4C, which states compliance with the minimum standards does not automatically ensure acceptance of an application. Additional requirements may be added by the decision makers before acceptance in order to implement the purpose of this code, the objectives of the comprehensive plan, or provide for the public health, safety, and general welfare. I would submit to you that this gives you broad latitude to make findings that this project as designed does not, the findings cannot be met, that findings 4, 5, and 6 cannot be met. The current R3 zoning designation does allow a maximum of 35 units per acre. The analysis does not end here, however. The maximum is 35 units per acre, if the design of the project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in scale and intensity, and if it does not adversely impact the surrounding neighborhood, and if it has features and building form that are compatible with or enhance the neighborhood. Now, many of these are subjective findings, and we aren't going to settle that. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But I would like to point you to a similar example. The speed limit on I-84 between Mountain Home and Twin Falls is 80 miles an hour, right? Which is the maximum speed one can legally drive if conditions are optimal. However, sometimes there's an accident or a lot of traffic, or the highway narrows to one lane or the roads are already. Then you have to slow down, and sometimes the most you can go is 35 or 40 miles an hour, or maybe you even have to stop completely. You are never guaranteed that you will be able to drive 80 miles an hour just because the speed limit is 80. That's the same situation here. The applicant is not automatically entitled to the maximum density, and it says that right in the Garden City Development Code. The opinions of staff and the applicant are relevant, but they are not the only opinions that count in your design analysis. You must also consider the testimony of those who will be impacted by the proposed design. In reviewing the written comments submitted in advance for this application, there was not one single person who thinks a 4-story apartment building is compatible in scale with mostly 1-story homes, or that 236 apartments is an appropriate intensity next to subdivisions of single-family detached homes, or that a blocky urban design enhances the more traditional existing neighborhoods. In fact, I did not see one comment in support of the project design at all. But I did see quite a few comments as to how the current design would adversely impact the surrounding neighborhood in terms of parking, light pollution, noise, traffic, and more. This is evidence the city is obligated to take into account. In addition, the city itself has already recognized that 35 units an acre is too intense for this parcel. The city has proposed a rezone for this property to a lower density of 15 units per acre. And that rezone is currently making its way through the planning process. You know, we could probably just stop the discussion now, because that's pretty much case closed for the argument that 35 units per acre fits in the surrounding neighborhoods. It clearly does not, or the city would not be rezoning it. Your findings must be supported by substantial and competent evidence defined as relevant evidence which a reasonable mind might accept to support a conclusion. IDAPA 62.01.01 Rule 475 states that evidence is admissible and excludable as provided in section 67-5251 Idaho Code, which is Administrative Procedure Act. The presiding officer may exclude inadmissible evidence with or without motion. Evidence should be taken by the presiding officer to assist the party's development of the record, not excluded to frustrate that development. The presiding officer at hearing is not bound by the Idaho Rules of Evidence, except as to rules governing evidentiary privileges or were otherwise required by statute or rule. So that means the evidence that you take in tonight doesn't have to be statistical from a manual, from a traffic count, a book that includes Portland and New York City traffic studies or parking requirements. Its evidence can be admitted if it is of a type commonly relied upon by prudent persons in conduct of their affairs. I submit that anecdotal evidence, common sense, and things we can see with our own eyes should rule the day. For example, the city attorney states in his December 30th, 2025 memo to the council that according to the applicant's traffic analysis, and I think this must be a typo, there will not be more vehicle trips onto Glenwood Street than the current use of the site. I don't understand how that's possible, because I don't think a prudent person would ever believe that adding 236 apartments and at least 389 cars would have zero effect on vehicle trips from Marigold down to Glenwood Street. The project is not overparked. It may be overparked pursuant to the ITE parking generation manual. It's proposed to have a maximum of 1.65 parking spaces per unit. The River Point project on Strawberry Glen has only 89 units and 190 parking spaces, or 2 spaces per unit. Yet the streets are full of parked cars even during the workday. I took another picture yesterday, which you already have a picture in my written comments. But I took another picture yesterday, and the street is loaded on both sides, and it was during the middle of the day. I think that based on that evidence, the Antioch project will not be overparked, and rather it will be even more insufficient than River Point, and it will almost certainly spill over into other neighborhoods because there is no street parking on there. The city council has the authority and in fact the obligation to consider potential adverse parking impacts caused by development that was allowed by right under the city's zoning ordinance. In the case of Lusk LLC versus the city of Boise, the court reversed the grant of a conditional use permit for a multifamily project because the city did not consider potential adverse parking impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, even though the development was allowed by right under the city's zoning ordinance. That's the case we have here today. Once this design is approved, it will be stuck with it, and there won't be any way to fix it. Our HOA does not want to deal with parking problems in our subdivision, and we shouldn't have to. Another issue that just actually came to light tonight during the applicant's testimony is the issue of tiling or piping the ditch. Maybe you are not aware that that ditch runs through River's Edge subdivision. It crosses Marigold and it comes down and it goes through the entrance through our entrance islands. And we actually draw water from that for our water feature, and it runs back down into the ditch, right into the piping, and goes out to the pond and out, eventually to the river. We are required to maintain the piping under our streets pursuant to the terms of our subdivision approval from many years ago. And in fact, there was some consternation a few years ago when we were advised by ACHD that we were having some issues with the perforated pipe because there were tree roots and things in it. We had to remove some trees, and we had to agree to have that cleaned up by Willow River every year. I'm a little concerned about the idea of putting all of that in piping now, and what happens if that overflows or causes some impact on our subdivision piping that we have to maintain. So I don't know that that's the case, but it just kind of popped into my head tonight, and I just want to make sure that whatever they change to that, whatever changes are made to that existing ditch, that it doesn't impact our obligations or our subdivision, because we have to pay for that. And especially if that the perforated pipe was put in place so that it would help collect stormwater and drain it away. And if they tile that, and now if it gets so much, it would overflow and it wouldn't cause a problem. But if it can't contain it all, or it's, I think you're going to have problems if it's, and maybe not, I don't know, but it's a concern I have. When the River Point developer first submitted their application for apartments in 2019, there was a lot of opposition. And you know what? They sat down and came and met with us, with me, and Wendy Carver-Herbert, and some others. And several times, not just once, and after the neighborhood meeting when we raised some concerns. And they were entitled to a 4-story building by right there, and they lowered it to 3 stories. And they did some other things that made it so that there was a transition from their project into our single family, mostly single story homes street, because they got right up to our subdivision. And we ended up with a design that included real mitigation and transitional design elements. Conversely, the Antioch applicants conducted the mandatory neighborhood meeting and had not evinced very much interest in discussing a different design. And I personally agree with whoever said it that the best solution is one that we can all kind of live with. Maybe we don't all love it, but we can live with it. And I would like to figure out if there's a way, if this project would get denied tonight or sometime in the near future, perhaps that would encourage the applicant to sit down with us and figure out what exactly we could do to make this so it's more palatable to the neighbors. The block fence that was discussed in Strawberry Glen in River Point was a result of the negotiation with the developer. And there were some other things that were done because of that. And I think, and they enclosed the garages. They did some other things because they had proposed some things too that were just going to cause some light going into the neighbors. I think I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. If the developer was strongly encouraged to work with the neighbors, I think this project has merit and will benefit Boise Bible College, but it must not be allowed to do so at the expense of the existing neighbors. And I am pretty sure you would rather not be in the position of breaking up a fight. I think that for tonight's purposes, I would respectfully request that the council make the following findings and deny the design as presented. Based on testimony from the neighbors and photographs demonstrating potential project impacts and existing neighborhood conditions, the proposed design does not meet findings 4, 5, and 6. The scale and intensity does not fit into the surrounding neighborhoods and the design is not compatible. To gain approval, the design should be reduced, and I'm going to say a maximum of 2 stories, and the number of units reduced from 236 to somewhere around 118 or 120. This would make the project just a little more dense than River Point, which would dramatically reduce potential parking, traffic, and other adverse impacts. The design should also be changed to include more traditional design elements such as sloped roofs to better match the existing neighborhoods. And I would also say that I think the applicant should be encouraged to, the project should utilize, I have some concerns with adding an access point off of Marigold. I think it's not a good time to be discussing that. I realize that this is their project and this is what they proposed, but I don't think you have to approve that. I was at the meeting when Ms. Dean said that, when he said that the Bible College didn't want to be impacted by the project, and we all just kind of busted up because, gosh, we don't either. The project should be required to guarantee that all parking will be housed on site and that residents and guests will not be allowed to park in River's Edge or the other surrounding neighborhoods. Perhaps a development agreement could be required that would be recorded against the property to ensure future compliance, or a recorded shared parking agreement with Boise Bible College to address the issue.
2 minutes. Okay.
I'm almost done,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
all right.
Thank you. The applicant is encouraged, and the final condition would be the applicant is encouraged to meet with the neighbors to negotiate design changes that will better mitigate the impacts of the project and return with a revised design that can be approved at a future meeting. And I would respectfully ask that, that you would deny this application as presented tonight. I think that rather than having you or staff or anyone else try to figure out what that should look like, I think the applicant should have to sit down with us and we should be able to figure it out together. I know everyone will not be pleased with everything because I know some people would not want to see anything built there. And I don't think that's a reasonable ask. I think there's, you know, they're entitled to have something built there. I just don't think it has to be this project. And I think you have the right and the obligation to consider the impacts and all the testimony that you're going to hear and that you have heard, and tell the applicant that he should go and come back with something else. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Heim, is that the correct?
Yeah, you can call me whatever.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony, both your written testimony and your the information you presented this evening. As you can tell by the reaction of the audience, they find your presentation very credible, as do I. I think your citing of code and case law is very interesting and carries a lot of merit. I also agree that I am somewhat concerned of what I perceive as, although maybe technically concluded communication with the neighborhood. As I indicated, we here on the council have seen repeated success when developers in our small little city spend a little bit more time with the neighborhoods. I have a couple of questions for you. First was a question regarding one of the photos you submitted. It is a photo that indicates looking down from a 4th story into a property. Is that, where was that photo from?
That was from the property where River Point, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Jorgensen. That was taken before River Point was built. And it's a drone photo from the height of the 4th story showing what that was, what the view would be from the 4th story. And it was the best we could get because
I want to spend some time with you discussing anecdotal testimony. You've heard reference to professional calculations, the traffic studies that have been presented. And I may switch to Mr. Wadhams, so I apologize if I bounce around a little bit. I'm very interested in Mr. Mayor and Council and Ms. Heim. What do you consider anecdotal?
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Jorgensen, I consider that to be things that we can observe for people, things that people have experienced that maybe don't come from a book or from an expert or a consultant. I think that just normal people, things that we've experienced, and the fact that you can sit, and I have sat through 2 and 3 light cycles at the corner of Glenwood and Marigold trying to turn left, and sometimes you can't even on the lightest green because the traffic is stacked on Glenwood. I have personally observed traffic stacked on Marigold past Bible College several occasions. And I think these are things that, and that was not at drive time, that was in the middle of the day. It was on a weekend, of course, but you know, the fair is going to be expanded to 3 weeks. In another year or 2, we have the soccer field coming, as I believe you mentioned, with the activities. And I believe that area is going to be turned in, you know, there'll be more people using it as a park and maybe even a ball field and these kinds of things. And I think those are pieces of anecdotal evidence that I think we can take judicial notice and take notice of and consider.
So Ms. Heim, I'm glad you brought that up. You mentioned that you have personally observed traffic on Marigold. Is this recent observations, or are you referring to
some?
Within the last 6
Yeah,
months?
and Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Jorgensen, I also observed a traffic counter on Marigold on September 2nd, and it was there for almost a week. And no one seems to know where that came from, or who put it there, or who's counting cars. But somebody is. I don't know if it's ACHD as part of their Marigold study. I know they put all of their traffic counts on their website, and so you can look up on any given street and see what their most recent traffic counts are. That one's not on there.
Ms. Heim, if I may, I'm going to ask Mr. Rodhams. I took note of that comment in the written testimony, and I believe that that was a traffic count that the city initiated. And do we have that information? Were we able to contact Chief Stambaugh?
Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, Jenna Thornborough could probably better answer that question than me. My understanding is that that was perhaps something done by the Garden City Police Department, but I believe Ms. Thornborough has more information than I do. If she's somewhere. She comes.
Apologize to make you come back up here.
Good exercise.
Mayor, members of the council, my apologies. I don't know that I have more information than Mr. Wadhams. What I do recall is just a brief conversation with the chief a while back where he had indicated that there had been some sort of counting, something where there had been high speeds noted on coffee. I believe he did discuss that with the city council. And it's my understanding that it was just perhaps counting of the speeds that are on Coffee Street. But I may be misrepresenting that, and without the chief present,
I'll text him. I'll text
so.
him and find out.
Mayor, Councilwoman Jorgensen, the traffic counter was not on Coffee. It was on Marigold. And so therefore it would not have had anything to do with Coffee. Perhaps they had one on Coffee at some other time. But this was on Marigold, and it was actually in between Coffee and the Bible College project. So it kind of led me to believe that perhaps this had something to do with this application.
Ms. Heim, I have recollection of this, and the other council members may also. I believe that that was part of a business discussion, not necessarily an application. But I do know that we saw the images and received information, so we can easily recall that. Ms. Heim, I have asked Mr. Wadhams to verify the case law that you cited in your written statement. Mr. Wadhams, have you had a chance to verify the case law and the statements made?
I have.
And Mr. Wadhams, do you find that the cases cited are accurate?
Mayor, members, Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, I did run through her legal authority. She generally correctly cites LUPA in her letter. She generally correctly cites the Garden City Code and the comp plan and LUPA, so those are accurate representations. Looking at her case law, I don't have any big issues with how she mentions the case law. There are a couple things that I did want to address, like she references a Klamath case. That's a Ninth Circuit case, not out of Idaho, so that has no controlling effect here. They have their own version of LUPA, but it's not identical to LUPA in that jurisdiction. So that I don't think is particularly controlling or persuasive in this particular case. And then she references a
Mr. Wadums, may
Yes.
I interrupt you?
Of course.
Directly above that is referenced Worrell versus Kootenai County. Is that applicable?
Check that. What page are you on, Councilmember Jordan?
Page 12 of written testimony from this time.
I mean, the standard, I mean, it's accurate for the representation that the council's findings must be supported by substantial and competent evidence and defined as relevant evidence, which, yeah, I think that's an accurate statement of that case.
Continue. Thanks. For
I mean,
pointing
so
out.
I don't quibble with anything that she states in there. One is not controlling on this case. The Hawkins case, I didn't see a lot of applicability in the Hawkins case. Hawkins was a different type of application. So I don't think Hawkins is particularly controlling, but it's not misstated. I just don't think it's controlling in this context. Other than that, I think she actually represents the Garden City Code, LUPA, the comprehensive plan, and the case law that she cites. I think those are all accurate. We could disagree on some terms, but I think for the purposes that she cited them, I have no disagreement with them.
Thank you, Mr. Wadums. Thank you, Ms. Heim. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson-Heim, I just also have to say that I spent considerable time in your letter and really just really appreciate the time and effort and thoughtfulness that went into that, and would hope that other Garden City constituents would look at this maybe as an example on the proper manner to, or the most persuasive way to address the council. So just a compliment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm police hunting, trying to find the answer to that question. So I'm not playing cards, I promise. Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Katie Jennings. Well, Katie, you've got 6 minutes to work it over because you're helping Laura Grimes out by representing her as well tonight. But welcome, Katie. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Katie Jennings. My address is 8610 West Window Court, Garden City, Idaho 827. And Mr. Mayor, I have packets that I would love to show the council. May I pass those out?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
you. Share. Thank you.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. Good, Charlie.
Actually,
Do you have 100?
I do have a board if you would like to take a look. I'm sorry, I want to color copy 100 copies.
You know what? I will pause you just a minute. I'm going to take mine and give it to the applicant. Oh, you got one? Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't have to talk about half of what I'm going to talk about because we covered it so thoroughly. But I do want to talk about the compatibility in both scale and intensity of this development and just how it does not fit in my neighborhood. The first page just indicates 1 and 2 and 3 story homes in our area. And as you can see, blue represents single story homes, red 2 and 3 story homes are represented in yellow. Some of even the yellow ones are actually 2 story because of the buildup that they put the Strawberry Glen apartments. And then the green indicates commercial, single story, except for the library and city hall, which is indicated with the red dot. And I just would like to say that this is 83% of the single-family homes surrounding Boise Bible College property are single-story homes. There's only 5 that are adjacent, that are 2-story. Every other home surrounding, and the vast majority are single-story homes. If you turn to the next page, you'll see me standing in front of my lovely little home, which is on Greenville Court, which is directly across from Boise Bible College. So you go down Tin Trail, and I'm in the first cul-de-sac. And this right here, my home, I drove all of the city streets to get that map, and it is very indicative of what our homes are like in our area. Single story, you know, A-frame type roofs, just cute little comfy, cozy homes. And that's why we chose our neighborhood. We looked for 2.5 years for this home. We wanted it to be our forever home. We love Garden City. I love Garden City so much. I love living here because of this, because of the place. And the scale and intensity, as you can see, that's me standing way down in the corner of, and these are the apartments at the Village, which same 4 stories, and you can see the scale and intensity does not match, not even anywhere close. The next page is the view from our front porch. And so right now we're directly across the cul-de-sac into a garden. Our new view would have balconies looking down into our cul-de-sac, and I don't even have it the worst because I live on the opposite side. So all of my neighbors that are along Marigold, they will have these balconies looking directly down into their neighborhood. Our neighbor Pam is here. We love Pam and Alan Miller. They live on Marigold. They're across from us, and they've already hired a realtor because they've said, we can't have people just looking down in our yard. And I've been noticing when you drive Marigold this time of year, the trees cast a shadow. And I'm thinking that this time of year, their backyards and their backyard homes might even be covered in shadow. So they're already out, and that is a loss. They are also responsible for that is even low, but I can't say we wouldn't be far behind. The next page, you'll see this is our front entry looking out towards the Bible College. We will be sitting on our couch, and we will be looking at 4-story apartments with balconies looking down into our cul-de-sac. The next page is in the Willowbrook subdivision. This is off of Oasis, and we will be looking toward Boise Bible College. That is what your view is now, and this is what your view will be. And again, I just keep on ringing through my head. It's the proposed design shall be compatible with the neighborhood in scale and intensity. And I think we can all agree that I know it's subjective, but pictures say 1,000 words, and we did all of the measuring. And this is very similar to what they were saying. Well, I know that there will be trees and there will be some breakup. The scale and intensity does not match. The next page is just a showing of different angles of the apartments and then different pictures of our subdivision. This is in 3 different subdivisions in our area, all attached to college. And I just would like you to see what homes look like and what our neighborhood consists of, and then look to your left and see that the buildings just do not flow. They're not the same scale, and they're not the same intensity. But I would love you to look at this page. This is, I didn't put page numbers on. So this is a picture of the Strawberry Glen apartments, and this is facing. So I'm parked right here in this cul-de-sac, and I'm looking at the Strawberry Glen apartments. And this is a 2-story behind this 1-story home. It's a very similar situation where there's carports, a street, grass, and then the apartments. You have a 2-story. So that is, that's reasonable. And so if you add 2 stories, this is exactly what we'll be looking at from my front porch. And everybody along my street, and unfortunately, people in Willowbrook have it. So you can see the measurements there. I know there's some setback situations, but actually we have a lot of wiggle room because this is like, I believe, 30 more feet than what we're doing.
Katie, can you kind of wrap it up?
Yep, that was it. Actually, I was going to talk about parking, but I don't need to because
in my zeal to get hold of the PD, I didn't start the timer.
That's all I got.
So incompetence on the part of the mayor there. Thank you, Katie. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just a comment, Ms. Jennings, I just really appreciate the effort that went into this. I have done similar things in Garden City, going around and mapping out for different kind of research I was doing before applications came in. This is no small effort, and I just really want to thank you for being so illustrative for us.
Thank you. Well, thank you. You could have said it's about time. But anyway, thank you. Next, we've got Linda. You're gonna have to tell me with the last name. Very good. You're welcome. Come on up.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
as Miss Linda makes her way up, can we get clarification on public testimony if there's correlation to written testimony that's been provided?
We can sure ask each applicant. And before you start, I did hear back the traffic. There is a traffic count effort that the police installed there. I asked them and they said they're having a hard time downloading the data. So they're trying to work on extracting the data. So the answer is yes, we have no data.
Excellent.
At this time. So I didn't know they were doing that. I don't know if it's for speed or counting cars. It could be for either. Sometimes we do that to get average speeds for our traffic enforcement efforts at times. So sorry for interrupting you, to making you stand there, but it's a pleasure having you. If you give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Linda Barolo. My address is 5991 North Middledale Lane. Garden City, 837.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? What was your last name again?
Gurola, it's G-U-R-R-O-L.
Thank you.
Mayor Evans, council members. I was going to show you a picture of my home and then I decided not to, but I want you to know that our home where we live is directly east of the city development. I mean, they're here, I'm here. I always made the joke that, our backyard was Boise Bible College. Look, I looked at these pictures and I realized that this is not remotely compatible with the design of this huge, crazy development that we're considering. It does not provide any transition for the surrounding homes. The scale is so massively different to ours. Our homes are suburban and this project is definitely urban. I know they're sick of this before. As for the traffic impact, ACHD has not done a traffic survey that I know of since 2023. I'm sure they think it's not going to be the impact on traffic, whereas we are now going to have, in addition to this huge development, the huge development of State and Glenwood impacting traffic. We're going to have this one impacting traffic. And then we're adding the third week of the fair and the soccer park is going to add to traffic on Glenwood. It's the only transition between State Street and Shindig. Marigold will be impacted by school buses that go through our neighborhoods for children. Morning commutes and people coming home when they have to stop and leave the children to get on and off the bus. This impacts how our families live, and it is going to impact the emergency personnel, ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, motorcycles that the police use. It's going to be a little parking lot out there. The hours for building are going to affect how people live their lives when they work late hours and many people are able to sleep. The impact of this bill will grossly impact our home prices. Some may say, oh, well, but this is our city and it's being ruined. we've all worked very hard to have homes we can be proud of. And now if this building goes in, it's completely going to destroy the actual tip for her, that really, that coziness of our neighborhood. And it's all, our houses are 1 and 2 story. If that's a 4-story building, it's going to be looking right down into my home. And I already deal with lights coming from the Bible college impacting our neighborhood.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. If you can kind of wrap it up quickly.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you guys for having this meeting and letting me air just making my comments simply because I'm just a homeowner.
Well,
I happen to love this city and I just hate to see it.
well, I appreciate you coming. Any questions, council?
Miss,
Yes.
Miss Girl, had you provided written comments?
Yes,
And it would be under your name?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy? Wendy Carver Herbert. I hope I don't offend anybody by using first names. They're a little easier to read sometimes. Well,
All right, so, Mr. Mayor, may I ask a particular question before we get into my testimony?
yes.
Okay, so I am one of the members who submitted my testimony. Unfortunately, it was 24 hours too late. I take full responsibility for that. I thought I wasn't thinking about 7 days. I forgot the day of the hearing, encountered that, and unfortunately, it is considered late. If you don't make a decision until later, I don't know whether my testimony is going to be accepted or in its entirety, or whether I should just highlight some things.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think the council will likely accept the late submittal.
Sounds like the boss spoke.
Because
So,
it is actually online, so I don't
okay.
think Mr. Waddings was explaining early on that it would still be considered part of the record as a whole.
Since we're going to be here a while, I'm going to give them time to read it.
Okay.
If they agree with what
Online, but I
you.
also have paper copies, so
I've read it.
I've actually read it too.
Yeah, we got them up here.
Okay.
Okay, so you
Because I'll
can,
also change the direction a little bit, but I will say, I don't intentionally deviate from what I've already provided.
okay, I need to get your name and address for the record.
So I am Wendy Carpenter, I live at 8515 West Powder Drive. And really, the purpose of what I wanted to do tonight and what I provided in my written testimony was really to try to address the concept of intensity. Because certainly the finding number 4 talks about intensity. And I can speak from experience of what it feels like to live next to an apartment complex. We keep referring to Strawberry Glen, and I was keenly involved in a lot of the negotiations that happened between our neighborhood and that developer. And I would tell you, I think that they did a phenomenal job in trying to come up with a development that could be right in the middle of our single family neighborhood, adjacent to all single family homes, and trying to do the least amount of impact of those who live adjacent to it. But what I can say is, even with all of the things that they did, there still is a level of intensity that is very different when you live next door to an apartment complex than you do when you live next door to other single family neighbors. It's intensely different. And I described some of that intensity for how it is different in my letter. You know, I have been woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning from the trash trucks picking up trash. And by the way, those trash receptacles are in the middle of their development. I have a garage between me and I have an apartment complex, a building between me, and I can still hear those trash trucks beeping and backing up and moving their trash, and it happens. And it's reality. And it is something that we just grow to accept and move on. Lighting still can be a problem. And I know the city really tries to do a good job in having down facing lighting, but if you happen to be right in the right spot, that lighting can still shine into your backyard, as I just described in my letter. We have a tree that's 10 years old, and finally just this summer that we felt comfortable being able to have our windows open without having that light shining into our bedroom. We had to have blackout shade for the first several years in order to be able to keep that light from shining into our bedroom. I can tell you, I really do worry about relying only on landscaping as the buffer between a multifamily development and the single family neighbors that live next door. The developer did put in the 15 feet difference, and I do know that this applicant is proposing more trees, and I am grateful that they are doing that. But I have, because I have 160 feet of property line, we have about 8 to 10 of those trees along our property line, and 3 of them have died, been removed, and have never been replaced. If I didn't have a garage as a buffer between my home and their development, it would have created an intensely different light gap coming into my private space. The one thing that I really spent a lot of time talking about, I think most of you know how I feel a lot about this whole concept of what can be seen from the viewpoint of 3 and 4 stories into neighboring properties. There have been examples that have been provided in the record. I provided some examples in my testimony that were taken several weeks ago. But 2 of those pictures, one is from 77 feet and another is from 200 feet. And you can see, even with a garage and a carport as a buffer, now granted, not all of their landscaping is common, but it can give you a sense of what it really looks like. So with that, I just want to say it is intensely different, and I hope that you will take it into consideration because it is one of the findings that you will consider.
Any questions? Great, thanks so much. Bob, is it Sorvag? You can correct my pronunciation when you get up here.
Scandinavian heritage.
You're forgiven.
I have a statement that I tried to gear towards, I thought we get 2.5 minutes, so this will be 30.
Well, welcome.
And I did provide comments back in July with regard to this project.
If you would give us your name and address for the record, and then we'll let you proceed. Thank you.
Bob Sorvag. I live at West Duck Lake Drive, 8841 West Duck Lake Drive in Garden City. I've broken my comments here down into 3 points I'm making, and my concerns are how do we get there? Number 1, Garden City did not zone this property and others similarly zoned around it in compliance with the comprehensive plan as adopted in 2006 and updated in 2019 for residential medium density. I was a member of the comprehensive plan advisory committee in 2019, and I assumed compliant rezoning would happen in a timely manner. Complicating this, Garden City amended with a text change, not a rezone, in 2015 that jumped the maximum allowable residential density of R3 from 10 to 35 units per acre without proper notice and engagement of those that would be impacted. Second point of my 3, Boise Bible College, the landowner, a long-established, welcoming, and appreciated use in the neighborhood, connected with a developer applicant. Apparently, the landowner and developer applicant did not conduct the due diligence to learn what the Garden City Comprehensive Plan policies and vision for this property is, and the required design review findings that would be needed for approval. If they did, they chose to ignore it. Instead, they are trying to take advantage of Garden City's failure to protect this neighborhood for compliant, conforming, compatible development. Boise Bible College and the developer saw this vulnerability and appear to be trying to take advantage of it. My last point, number 3, now you, the city council representing your constituents in this greater neighborhood, have the opportunity and responsibility to do the right thing and use your discretion to engage the fail-safe provisions and directives of your city code design review section 86B3 and to deny this application. This community neighborhood does not think that you would want a looming, out of place, 4-story apartment building towering over a surrounding neighborhood of 1- and 2-story residences to become a perpetual eyesore monument, reminder and legacy of their action. Those who would be caught in the increased traffic congestion using Garrett, Marigold, and Pintail, should this pass, would see this towering apartment building and wonder what the blank was Garden City thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Sorbog, I appreciate your public testimony and your written comments. I have a question for you. In your written comments, you asked for an independent traffic study from the applicant, which they have completed. Do you have any comments regarding that study?
No, I have not seen that study, but I was also on that. I found it interesting that ITD and ACHD don't seem to be on quite the same page as the neighborhood, and what we see is what's going on, and we can envision what's coming forward. I did not see that study, though. I don't have a take on that.
I appreciate that. Follow-up question or another question for you. How would you propose if there is a conflict between the comprehensive plan and code, and we've stated that code is the governing law, how would we reconcile the difference when there's conflict? Do you have any suggestions?
Well, if I can understand your question, you have the discretion under design review to take it all into consideration. The Idaho land use law with regard to comprehensive plan, you're supposed to look at projects through the lens of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Any further questions, council? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbog.
Thank you very much.
Council, how you doing? We good to go for another one or two? You want to take a break?
1 or 2. How about if we plan for 9:30 break?
Okay, we're going to plan for a 9:30 break, so we're going to keep going. Is that all right with you, Teresa?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Karen Crosby.
I'll pass.
Okay. I can represent that you're in opposition to the project.
Yes.
And what you were going to say has probably already been said.
Yes.
Okay. Matthew, is it Dopko? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
would you mind asking if written?
I'm sorry, you already asked me to do that and I haven't.
Yeah, I'm trying to correlate.
Mr. Dopko, did you supply any written testimony?
Yes.
You did. Okay, I'm going to give.
Got it.
Councilman, have you got it already?
Got it. June 24th.
Okay, if you would, give us your name and address for the record, and we'll give you your 3 minutes.
Matthew Gospel, I live at 6017 North Willowdale Lane in Garden City.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi. My wife Linda and I live on Willowdale Lane, which is on the second house, just right on the east edge of the development where the parking is going to be in the driveway. So I'm really super close, and we're directly affected. And this, I agree in opposition with everything that's been said before, so I don't want to be redundant. But the scope of the project, the 4-story building is sitting right in not in my backyard, it's their property, but adjacent to my backyard is going to be brutal. It's going to change the way my property value is, I think, and I think it's going to change the character of the neighborhood adversely. And if it is approved, I would say, 2 or 3 stories or something more compatible with a residential neighborhood to enhance our city instead of being developed at the expense of our quality of life. That's it.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Dobko?
Yes.
I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate you submitting written testimony also so for my reference. Quick question. Sorry, let me regroup my question here. Actually, I'm going to make a statement. So I appreciate and concur that traffic is an issue. I have a question and a statement because yours was not the only written testimony that asked about Garden City creating a new park on the land. And I want to clarify, since Mr. Mayor, you typically do this, but I want to clarify that this is property owned by the developer. The city doesn't own it, and for the city to acquire that property would require funds. And the reason I'm sharing this information is hopefully you've all heard, and we're very proud that this council worked very hard to complete a budget that was balanced. We managed to do that by the hair of our chinny chin chins. And if you weren't paying attention, most of our surrounding cities had to raise their taxes. And to complete a purchase of property and build a park, which we would all dearly love to do, it would be a financial impact to all residents and taxpayers within the city. So I just wanted to offer that up because yours was not the only. I think I was pretty diligent going through all of the public comment. It's a great idea, but I do want to clarify why you don't see the city taking ownership of that property and developing a park. So thank you for your comments and thank you for your written submittal.
Thank you. There was no question there, but you are a good listener.
Yes, thank you.
I would add that any resident of Garden City, we are open to endowments to pay for parks. Let's make a record of that.
Okay, Jonathan Perry. Welcome, Mr. Perry. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you give us your name and address, we'll start the timer.
I'm Jonathan Perry. I live at 8553 North Willowdale Drive, right back against the Boise Bible College property.
Mr. Mayor, apologies for
Oh,
interrupting.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that. Did you supply any written testimony?
And I did supply written.
Okay, let me give
Thank you.
Councilmember Jorgensen a
Got
minute to
it.
find it. Got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
We'll start your timer over again. Go ahead.
I don't have much to add to what's already been said tonight, but I would like to state maybe that when I initially heard of the proposal, my wife and I were not against the Bible College building some apartments there. The dorms that they have there now are a little decrepit, but they're 2 stories and their lights shine in our bedroom window. It's really annoying, but we would understand. But it seems that in this whole process, there has been little effort, as has been stated already. There's been little effort to really work with the community. And once it was announced that it was going to be a 4-story building, that was significantly different than what was initially suggested when we first heard about it. And so we do have those concerns about that. In one of the previous meetings that Willowbrook had, where the developer came in to talk with us, the thing that I remember about that meeting, and it's been several months, but that when everybody wanted to talk about what was going to be done design-wise, I said, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're just here to talk about our submittal. And it felt very like we don't want to talk with you about what we're proposing to do. And so most of us went away from that meeting feeling very disrespected as a community. And I just wanted to state that as part of the difficulty. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, council?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ken Dillman.
My name is Ken Dillman. I live at 8801 West River Beach Lane, Garden City. I probably have lived in that area between River's Edge and River Woods subdivision for over 20 years. I've seen the traffic continue to grow and get worse and worse from that aspect of it. I have two properties in that area, one in River's Edge, one in River Woods subdivision. My River Edge subdivision backs up to Marigold, and having a 4-story complex like that, that is more for an urban development design rather than residential, does not make sense. Doesn't fit the comprehensive plan, doesn't fit the area, doesn't fit the neighborhood, doesn't fit anything that we should be proud of to put in Garden City. If we're going to be in a city that's looking out for people, then this doesn't really fit for that type of thing. And what I want to end with is just being there 20 years, I've seen the development around the area. I've seen the traffic grow, and putting that type of complex with 230 plus units in is not going to make anything better for Marigold, Coffee, Pintail, or the surrounding area. So I want to let you guys know that, and everything else has already been said, so I don't need to repeat. It doesn't fit the comprehensive plan, doesn't fit this, doesn't fit that. We all know that. It's up to you guys to make the right decision. I hope you do. I've lived in your area for 20 years.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Dillman, did you provide written testimony?
Nope.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I can't get away with anything. Sandra Chess. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Digging for my papers.
Oh, no. Did you submit anything in writing?
I submitted a quick handwritten note so I could be a party of interest.
Okay, you signed up as a party of interest, but you didn't write specific testimony.
No, I wrote. I
Oh,
wrote it.
okay. I'm in trouble with council member Jordan, so I'm trying to get through this. So, welcome. If you would give us your name and address, and after that, we'll start your timer.
Okay, my name is Sandra Chess. My address is 8550 West Clubhouse Lane. Garden City, everybody's already covered what my concerns are, but I wanted to talk about traffic. 100% of it was traffic. 80% of it was traffic. Nobody's mentioning coffee and tin. When you leave Willowbrook, or if you're sitting at Marigold and you're packed up at the sign at Coffee and Marigold, you're going to go down Coffee and try to get out on Chinden. I don't know if you've ever tried to turn left from Coffee onto Chinden, and just when you get a chance to go, somebody pulls into the center lane to come to the car wash. so you have to wait for them. Worse, if you want to make a simple right-hand turn onto Chinden from Puppy, you can't until everybody who wants to turn left goes, because there's not a separate right-hand turn lane. And this is without the new development on the corner of Chinden and Coffee. That's the 7-unit townhomes that are being built right now. So I don't think any other traffic studies probably took those into consideration. I think at best, the ACHD testimony tonight sounded iffy, as in not positive about the traffic study. So there's that, and I think everybody's covered that, but I also wanted to offer expert testimony, if I may, with property values. I have been in Idaho since '87. Majority of that time, I was a mortgage underwriter. I can tell you, if an appraiser provided an appraisal for a single-family residence with 3 comparable properties, the subject property was next to a 4-story, 236-unit apartment building, and none of the comparable sales that they provided were, the underwriter will every time ask the appraiser to go back and find a comparable that is next to an apartment similar, because it will affect that. Secondly, we bought our property from a friend in October of 2025. Shame on me, it's not doing my due diligence. I know better. I would not have purchased. I'm on the corner of Clubhouse and Willowdale. I would not have purchased that property. So in mortgage underwriting, we say a property is worth what a buyer is willing to pay. So to know that, if you were looking at identical properties, one of them was next to a 4-story, 236-unit apartment. One was a half mile away. Would you pay more for the 1.5 mile away, or would you pay more for the one next to you?
Great.
That's okay.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions, council? Thank you for coming. Thank you. Les? Where's Les Bach? Evening. Good night. Yeah, we got a ways to go too. So anyway,
I want to start by saying that I represent District 16, Garden City, where you're, and it makes me proud to see the community active like this to come in and testify and present it. And so it's great to see my former constituents here rising up to protect their. I don't have much to say because
I'm going to get you though, before I turn you loose. Did you submitted written testimony? Okay, I've got to give Councilmember Jorgensen time to find it.
I've got it.
Okay,
Thank
she's
you.
got it. So if you would give me your name and address, we'll.
It's Les Bob or Les Bob, 5960 Northwood Lane.
Sorry, I got a little familiar with you there. I've known him a long time, everybody. So.
So, and then with over 16. I have to deliver the same for Donco, so we share a common interest in that regard because we're so very close to it. So it's very difficult following what amounts to Oscar winning performances. Some of the testimony has just been outstanding. The one thing I would say, and I appreciate Mr. Wadding's point, that the decision maker has to provide straight from the Garden City Code written reason statements that the following findings are met. Go down the list again. We've been through that several times tonight, but I will say that based upon the testimony here tonight,
conclusory statements will not suffice, one or the other. And I do oppose very strongly this development, and I have nothing else to add to that.
Great. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Bach, thank you for your time coming here tonight and for providing the written testimony. If there was one thing you were going to point to that fuels your opposition, what would that be?
It's the traffic issue.
Traffic.
And I'm a frequent user of the Greenbelt. And I use it most every day when the weather is happening. People don't stop when you're trying to cross. There have been 2 or 3 occasions when I've almost been hit, even at the stop sign. So to think that we can add some percentage of additional traffic to the Marigold is astounding to me, because you know what, way far too much for a pedestrian to cross. Someday I expect to hear pedestrian fatality. Marigold, and this project is going to make that even worse. So that is my biggest concern, because it is the one thing that I treasure about Garden City, doesn't even mayor. But at any rate, it is the access to the Greenwood for exercise. And even as I continue to get older, which is inevitable, I will say that I won't stop. So that is a big concern.
Thank you.
Any further questions, council? Very good. Thanks so much. We'll do one more. Thanks for helping him out. Mark Mitchell. Welcome, Mr. Mitchell. By the way, you're looking right at if you're wondering what's going on in here, the library has a New Year's Eve party for kids here. And so they got a head start on decorating. That starts at 10 in the morning and runs till about 3 in the afternoon. So that's, we didn't do this for you. I'm sorry. But, I forgot to mention that up front. So, but I can see you just barely under the decoration. But welcome, Mr. Mitchell. If you would give us your name and address.
Sure. Mark Mitchell, 8565 Olivia Drive.
Okay.
Picked this up off the chair because I found it kind of interesting that my home backs up to the Bible College.
For the record, we'll pause him for the record. He is referencing Jennings, yes, handout. So
this is my home, and you can see the before and the after. I mean, you don't know the scale of the photographs that were taken and put on the drawing, but this building is number 2. 80 feet from my fence line. So obviously I object to the development. Several reasons. One, everybody has talked about is compatibility with the neighborhood and all those sorts of things. And I won't rehash all the things that have been said, but I did want to make a comment and a concern in regards to the stormwater drainage. I came from a building background and development background my whole career. I retired 12 years ago. I was involved with the Touchmark Meadow Lake Village development and Vision, which is a retirement community right behind St. Luke's. I can appreciate these fellows' jobs. I've been on their shoes for most of my career. Last 10 years, I was on the development side as an owner. So I've seen all of it a little bit, understand what's going on. Appreciate what they're trying to do to help the Bible College. And I would be willing to support a structure that would be possibly 2 stories with some sort of a gable roof on it that would be more compatible with the neighborhood surrounding not only the Willowbrook, but the others across Marigold and to the west. In regards to stormwater, the drainage comes down, our street goes from south to north. And we're 4 houses from the end of the road. And the water drains down there, and during a significant rainstorm, it backs up on the whole street. We're talking at least a foot deep. And they want to tile the ditch from the property line across and under their parking lot and then tie them back in on Marigold. I just hope it's engineered to the point where it can take all the water, their water and our water. Their drawings don't seem to indicate what they're going to do for stormwater retention on their property. I assume that Garden City is like most other cities that requires that a huge percentage of stormwater that's generated gets retained on the property and transferred into the aquifer through some drainage. So that's just something to make everybody aware of, and couldn't tell from any of the submittals how they were going to handle any of that. Second thing is the lighting. They have carports up against our property line, 6-foot fence, lighting under the carports. It would be somewhere in the 8 or 9 foot range. So obviously, we're going to get lighting from them into our windows. Again, I don't know if they're going to shield that. If they shield it, okay, fine. It's going to reflect off the cars. It's going to reflect off the hard surfaces. We're still going to have excessive light. Anything that we can do there to mitigate that, possibly build a wall that would be as high as the carport roof along the property line. That would give us relief from the lighting, would give us relief from the noise, create a buffer for the pollution, and support from the automobiles and that sort of thing.
Can you wrap it up here pretty quick?
Yeah,
Okay.
I took a look at the traffic from a standpoint of number of bedrooms. You talked about that a little while ago. There's 373 bedrooms. If you figure that at the worst condition, every bedroom had a car. That's 373. That may be unreasonable, so I said, okay, let's say that 75% of those rooms have a car. That's 280 and a half, I believe, something like that. Now, if those cars travel to and from work, that's 2 trips a day. If part of those are, say, a wife that stays at home, she doesn't get out as much and go to work, but she makes 4 or 5 trips, sometimes every day, taking the kids to school, picking them up, going to the grocery store, going to the doctor. Her impact on the roads is worse than someone who goes to work. So, as everybody has said, it just doesn't seem reasonable that the number of 90-something impacts for that 1 hour a day seems to be a reasonable number. And I hope that the city can make, the council can make a decision on what they want to do, regardless of what ACHD might submit.
Very
Thank
good.
you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Did you submit anything in writing?
He did, Mr. Mayor.
You have a question?
I do. Mr. Mitchell, I appreciate your written testimony and you being here this evening. I do have a question regarding your written testimony. You make a statement that currently Willowbrook runs pumping stations 24 hours, 7 days a week, year-round to keep the groundwater from crawl spaces. I want to verify that.
That's correct. There's actually 2 pumping stations. There's one at the main fountain area as you enter the property adjacent to the clubhouse, And there's a second group that comes in the southwest corner of the property. And I was told when we bought in there in 2015, the whole purpose of that system is to lower the water table to keep it out of our homes. Dick Phillips developed this back in the early 90s. And I have no information or record as to exactly what that does, but it does operate 24 hours a day, every day of the year. It's not part of the irrigation system.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
We're going to take another break, and we will reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you all. We'll reconvene the meeting. We've got a few more that wish to testify. We'll go to Rodney Wolf.
Good evening.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Wolf. If you would give us your name and address for the record, and did you submit written testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So you'll find my testimony on June 26th. I'm the president of the Glenwood Homeowners Association, which is the tiny little forgotten cute subdivision right off Willowdale Lane, right adjacent to the Bible College property.
Are you speaking for yourself or others?
I am speaking for myself, but I think I'm also speaking to the letter that I submitted for the neighborhood, for
Okay.
the association. So
very good. I'll give you some latitude. So
thank
go ahead.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll keep my comments brief because I think I could safely say that in representing my neighborhood and myself, fairly consistent in our position with the testimony of this evening. So,
okay.
And most of the points that we wanted to make are outlined in the letter. So if you want to look there, you'll primarily see what.
As you can probably see, the letter, everything's been thoroughly consumed by the city council. So if you would, go ahead and give us your name and address for the record.
So it was early, so I just wanted to remind you. So.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
name and address for the record.
Oh, my name, Rodney Wolf, 5974 North Willowdale Lane.
Okay, thank
Garden
you.
City.
Okay.
Thank you. So I first want to say that, I've lived here. We bought our home there on Willowdale in 2007. We absolutely love it. We love living here. It is a fantastic place to live. We knew when we bought that the Bible College property could potentially get developed. At that time, the hearsay was that there would probably be some additional student housing consistent with what was on the property at the time. So, and I think that probably would have been consistent with the zoning at the time, which was, I think from testimony I've heard, and for what I think I remember looking up at the time was around 15 units per acre or something like that. So not as dense as it has become. So that in itself has kind of created a little bit of a surprise to us, the fact that it could be developed now at such a high density, besides the fact that it just doesn't seem consistent with the neighborhood. Before I want to finish up with some comments about the ditch, which is a really critical concern for us. But I first want to discuss the access because nobody's really talked about the four-way intersection and the depth that I would like to be considered. There was some interesting, clever maneuvers around that four-way intersection should be the obvious main traffic point. But if you were to look at the overview of the site plan for the development, the secondary access point, which would have probably been the emergency access, is actually the uncontrolled entrance and exit to the main parking lot. And you combine that with the fact that most testimony there seems to be some anecdotes that the Bible College doesn't want them using their road, which is at the 4-way stop sign. They don't want to be bothered by the development. So I'm a little concerned that there's talk about meeting the expectations of traffic flow at the 4-way stop, but in reality, you're going to shift the traffic from the controlled intersection to an uncontrolled access egress that's on the east side of the property and adjacent to our subdivision. So I don't think that's going to be a helpful concern for the traffic in itself. I think it's actually a pretty significant negative. And I think that when we look at what's really will happen versus what we think will happen on paper, that's going to be something else. The other point that hasn't been covered here is that as a collector, a neighborhood collector, Marigold, is subject to, I think by definition, is supposed to collect traffic from the neighborhood and distribute it down to the arterials where they can get to work and back home. However, Marigold is this hybrid, which anybody who travels on there understands is it's a shortcut from arterial to arterial, because people use the Garrett to Glenwood shortcut. So is it really a neighborhood collector or is it an arterial? So I think that needs to be considered. Thank you for moving the trash. So we'd like a fence, we'd like a wall, but we'd really like a much lower density project. Finally, the ditch, and that's why I brought up the picture. So this is Bentwood subdivision right here, if you can see on the plat. And this is the ditch that even Mr. Mitchell was discussing. I believe their drains probably flow into this drainage ditch. It ultimately runs along the property line between Bentwood and the Bible College property here. And they're proposing tiling this section with an 18-inch potential tile. We have some real significant concerns with flooding in the event that I'm not a hydrologist, but right now, if we get any restriction where it goes underground at this north end, it backs up the ditch, floods this zone, and I've had my neighbors in this area right here have water right up to just below their driveway and just adjacent to the exposed part of their foundation. So that's with just heavy rain and maybe a flow restriction. Somebody will go around, and I think somebody in here probably has gone around and used the rake that the Bible College uses to pull stuff off of the grate there to clear the flow, but other stuff happens there too. If we just move that grate to here, we still have all the flow. We have less area for the water to back up into this open ditch. It's now all going to be constrained to this area. We have a much higher potential for flooding. And we're very concerned that without a proper proper study engineered to take into consideration the fact that we could have some significant damage and potential liability here. And you heard Mr. Mitchell before me talking about groundwater and everything else. Their drains flow into that same ditch. So my plea is, firstly, this just doesn't fit. The whole development just doesn't feel right to me for the neighborhood. If you guys could wave a magic wand and create density and a walkable neighborhood and everything else that we all some of us might dream about, I suppose, great. But all you're doing is taking a car-centric neighborhood and adding density and taking away our park. And so there's very little upside here for us. Not the same upside as for them. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. There's a lot of talk here about the subjectivity of these things. If you could have rules that just outline specifically, you know, here's the zoning rule, here's what the requirements allow. If it was really that easy, we wouldn't need to have these meetings. So it's really up to you guys. So to help us out, if it was in your backyard, what would you think?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, how many residents are you representing?
We have 16 homes in that subdivision of Glenwood.
The Mr. Mitchell who provided testimony directly before you testified that they have pumps running 24/7. Do you have the same issue in your neighborhood?
No, we don't. We do have groundwater issues in our neighborhood because the water table is very high in the area that we're at. So we have had homes that have had to have mitigation issues in their crawl spaces, pumps and everything. It's high density that it doesn't drain. It doesn't have, I mean, we've got to hold all of our water. So it just, most of it goes, most of our property, most of our subdivision drains to a drain right here in the middle of the parking area. And if you know, and I'm sure it was probably designed to the average requirement as well, right? Something, you know, I'm sure that there's probably an engineer here who could tell me, you know, it's probably designed to accommodate a 1/4 inch of rain in a certain amount of time or whatever, right? Well, the other day, it rained almost an inch. And we were flooded all the way out into the streets. So, you know, and for a couple of days, and for that to finally absorb into the water table, because when the water table fills up, it's even slower to drain. So,
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, just think about this ditch issue.
The dirty ditch for us.
Dirty ditch. Because this is the first time it's that I've seen it kind of sort of graphically. It makes a lot of sense. Imagine a solid wall that runs along this property like some people would wish to have. I've heard plenty of testimony today about wanting some kind of a solid wall that wouldn't allow water to drain into what's now that field. What do you suspect? Where do you suspect all that water would go?
It wouldn't impact us at all because right now the water would just, the water drains. The ditch is essentially, our subdivision is designed to basically drain to the middle. That was a requirement of the original development. We have to contain our own water. So if a wall
use your pointer,
makes no difference.
Use your,
oh. So a wall along here would make no difference. The ditch would just go underground at the tile here, I would assume, right? So this wall, if we've had a wall along here, the drainage would be, they would have to be containing their own ground, their own rainwater and everything anyway, just like we do. So the ditch, the problem is the ditch, there's water that comes in here. I don't know where all the water comes from, but it gets to this ditch. And so there's water that flows in from the subdivision here, right at this area right here. I know there's something that comes in here. Ours comes out of the tiling right here. It's tiled along this eastern bound. So, and then just opens up here and then goes back underground here.
So it's your belief that when the water backs up and can't cross the street, you know, overflows the mechanism to let it pass under the street and it starts to back up.
Yeah.
That a wall wouldn't aggravate that.
No, I don't think it would make any difference at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Fred Free. Fred here. Okay, counsel, for the record, Fred's sign-up sheet said he wished to testify. He's neutral on the application. Sandy Capozzi, I've got a maybe on testifying. Is Sandy here? I don't see Sandy. Sandy opposes the project. Jesse Castaigne, I've got another maybe. Is Jesse here? Okay, Jesse is opposed to the project. Mary Meg Gorman, she had to leave. She's unable to stay. Her testimony is if ITD and ACHD both recognize that Marigold Glenwood is a mess today, how can you consider approval to add any more to the problem? Failure to resolve today's problems today, 5-year plan question marks, only kicks the can down the road. If Marigold is fully built out, what possible benefit does restriping yield? I am not concerned with improved bike or pedestrian access. I live on Pintail Way and I'm concerned about the cars. Carol Zimmerman. Will developer compensate residents for decrease in property values? Opposed. No indication. Is Carol here? Okay. James Trent, opposed, indicates he does not wish to testify, but writes, the project does not fit the neighborhood, will destroy our peaceful, safe place of retirement. Traffic already a problem, property values will suffer. And then Jordana Trent, I assume is also maybe not here. See her. Doesn't wish to testify, writes, I oppose the 4-story buildings as they do not fit in the surrounding neighborhood, will create worse traffic in an already challenging traffic area, and will create parking issues in the surrounding neighborhood and many additional issues. Mike, I don't know if it's a Brian or a Brian. Mike here.
I see this time.
I'm going to have to work with you on your penmanship.
Listen, I'm lucky I got hands left.
Welcome. When you're ready,
I want to thank the mayor and the city council for your time. And I'm not a good writer or speaker, even though I work for my job,
but I need your name and address first.
My name is Michael Bryan.
Okay.
5587 Willow Long Way, Garden City. And my points I had that I've been working on since last June, not this June, last 24, were traffic, house, apartments. I got the parking, traffic, Clean Water Act, Clean Drinking Water Act, drainage, and tax exemption. And that's the sleeper that you guys have nobody's paid attention to that. And In this, on the traffic study, I had some help with this on people because there's 10 ways to figure out a traffic study. Not just one, there's 10 out there. And you can do it by area, you can do it by volume of traffic in the total area, you can do it by the amount of houses, you can do it by your control streets, your connector streets. There's all sorts of ways to do it. I had to get help on that to do that. And just today, before I came in here, 4:55, between 4:55 and 5:10 today, we had 225 cars from the college up to Garrett, just coming this way. I sit there and counted every one of them. And we've averaged from September 16th, from 11 o'clock till 6, we had 1,350 cars on that street. November 1st to the 18th, we were running from 11 to 7, about 1,100 cars intermixing on the streets, but that's the peak. That was the peak day. December 1st to December 23rd, we ran between 750 and 1,300. October, we averaged between 5 and 800. December 29th, we had, that's basically today, so for that. But we had one day in August, we had 2,300 cars on that street during the fairgrounds. And that was fun. There is no set timetable for that street. You guys know that, and I know that. I did a traffic study also from Garden City Boulevard up to Cole and up on the hill, down to State Street and down the curve for 2 hours. I had 4,500 cars on that street. And that was basically, this street here was dead in the water. And as for speeding, yes, we have it. You were talking about the speed with the police department.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, anyway, that trap, that was a speed because we were having drivers going down Coffee and Marigold different times between 55 and 60 miles an hour, depending on the time of the day and the night. 2 of them were drug runners. They used these streets to get around Garden Boulevard. And the police, and we use them. We caught one car with the help of the police down here on Coffee going 95 miles an hour between Chinden and Marigold at 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's kind of what I've been doing since last June. And as for the clean water, we are under the Clean Water Act and the Clean Drinking Water Act. So this apartments, you're putting in this parking lot that they're going to have these cars in, that water can't just drain into your street drain. It's got to be into a water separator to make sure that, because that's going into the river, which is our drinking water. And these parking lots and apartment places have oil. They change their oil, they change their antifreeze in it, that gets on the asphalt and the oil, it's going to go right down in the canals around these people's homes. And we've seen it. This last rainstorm, we had about 5 inches of rain in that 1 week period, pretty close. We went walking over here in the Bible school and you were that much in water. And that creek bed that we have back behind those houses is usually pretty dry unless they open up the dam or something. Had about 6 inches of water running through it then, and it will plug up.
You've done a lot of work on that, and I appreciate it. The hour's late. I think we're getting the gist of it. Can you kind of wrap it up for us so I can get on to the others?
Well, between the bridge going up to Chinden over about 1.5 miles this way past Garrett, down to the river, there is 3,500 homes in there, which is roughly about 5,000 cars, give or take, that's going to be going up and down that, goes up and down that street. We're having semis going up and down that street now, which they're not supposed to be doing, but they do because they can't get around Chinden and Garrett. So basically what you're asking for is a disaster. If we have a natural disaster, according to the first responder units I talked to in Washington, and I sent them the picture, you're gonna have a disaster in here because we only have 3 ways to get out of here. That's it. These people only have 3 ways to get out of their homes. And if Marigold shut down, Coffee shut down, you're down to 1. The bike lanes aren't safe on Marigold. We have people riding on the bikes. Here's your curb, here's the gutter, you got a little lip. These people hit those curbs, they flip over and you don't know which way they're gonna flip. So I'll just kind of let it go with that, because if you have questions, I can, if I'm awake, I'll answer them.
Well, we'll try to keep you awake. Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys
Any
very much.
questions?
Appreciate your time and your efforts.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I do have a couple of questions for Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, are you in the Willowbrook subdivision?
Yes.
Do you know if the water mitigation, the pumping of water, was that original or is
That
that
was there
something?
before, yes, that was in there before even I got there. That's how they keep water getting out of the homes that are back along those canals, to keep their sump pumps from going out. The pickleball court, you go down in there, you go this much underneath that pickleball court and you hit nothing but water.
Thank you. And then regarding your traffic studies, did you do that independently? You keep referring to we. Who else was part of this?
I had my son help me when he wasn't busy, but
Okay.
I did traffic studies when I was in college and when I worked for Bechtel and EG&G and Omaha in college. And I didn't use I did it the old way. When the city used to come out, take people on unemployment, we bought them lunch and we put them out and set them out there for the day to keep people working. That's it. And I did it that way too. It took a lot of time. My wife wasn't happy about it, but
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Yes.
Mr. Wright or Bright, is it?
O'Brien. O'Brien.
Oh, Brian. Okay, I got it with neither of us.
Yeah.
You were gonna say something about taxes.
oh, it just pulled out of my hair because my dad had to work with the Catholic Church in Omaha. We got caught with the tax exemption. We lost the tax exemption to one of the churches. And I talked to the people in Washington. There's a possibility that's going on now with this church because it's supposed to be money for the religious use of the school and religion. If they're going to put apartments on there, that's a business and that changes their tax exemption. They can lose their tax exemption under 501C and C3. And if they're going to do that, they have to fill out a form called a 990 keep them from losing their tax exemption.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anything else? Thank you. Sandy Capozzi, did I call her already? Sandy here? I called her already? Yeah. Okay. Marcia Jarvis? Marcia here? Marcia just checked the pose. Kathy Johnson? Kathy here. Okay, just check the pose. Randy, looks like Reader. Randy here. Okay, just check the pose. Elizabeth Collier. Just check the pose. Mary Jean Norton. Just check the pose. David Nichols. Okay, just check the pose. Pamela Miller. Just check the pose. Wants to be on the interested party list. Lawrence Chess, checked opposed, wants to be on the interested party list. We'll pick those up when we review them. Nate Calvin. Okay. Opposed. Belva Osborne. He's gone. Okay, thank you. Just check the post. Is there anyone here that did not sign up that wishes to testify? Yes. You're welcome to come up. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. If you would, just give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Linda K. Armstrong. I live at 6037 North Willowdale Place. And
Did
I
you-
also speak,
I was just going to say, did you submit anything in writing?
I haven't.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I interrupted you, so please go ahead.
I'm also speaking on behalf of Cindy Glenn, right next door to us on
Okay.
Marigold.
Okay.
I have it there on paper.
Okay.
And from a visual perspective, our properties are right on the corner of Marigold and Willowdale. So we're the proposed primary access point coming into the new development. Cindy's driveway is right there, and so she's going to have a tremendous impact with the amount of cars coming in and out for her to even get out of the driveway. We had mentioned to the developer on at least 2 different occasions during the primary meetings that we had in the place one in September, that primary access point was, as I respect the gentleman that just spoke, it's going to be extremely difficult for our 2 properties to, manipulate without there being the benefit of a stop sign, as the developer had given us the indication that that primary access point wasn't going to be there before. I was quite disappointed when I saw the rendition and that primary access point is still there. We don't understand how, from a ACHD or from a city perspective, why you can have so many rows at one point when you have a lot of cars going in and out of that stop sign. So I just wanted to make sure that was highlighted as one of the concerns that we had as being neighbors right there directly impacted by the volume. And my husband and I can attest that there are times down Willowdale, not into the little alcove, but down Willowdale Place, where there are people parking all along that road just to visit people that already live in the area on Marigold. They can't park. So that's already being noticed without even having to develop the place. I just wanted to make that very aware of, because that was clarified. I did appreciate the gentleman that spoke to that right there.
Great. Thank you so much. Council, any questions?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Well-
And then the impact of the headlights coming in and out will shine directly in Cindy's windows every day. All involving with those headlights going in and out of that driving, situation as configured now is going to be great, not only for her, but for us, because headlights are going to go in and out.
Thank you. Any questions, council? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else that didn't sign up and wishes to testify? We've got some online participants. Anybody online? Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, certainly.
I didn't sign a paper because my wife so eloquently spoke. Mayor, council members, my name is Adam Jennings, I live at 8610 West Springville Court, Garden City. One of the other gentlemen was speaking, it spurred a question for me. So I'm And been around a lot of stormwater studies. I'm not a stormwater expert, but there are a lot of studies. One of the things that I'm thinking through is, they're having trouble reconciling the closure of that pipe for the drainage ditch. And so that in itself is going to remove some percolation availability that might have happened. So it would relieve some of the pressure on their subdivision backing up in rain events. And so what I'm worried about is that 7-ish acre property is going to be now covered in quite a bit of concrete. It's going to be funneling water that would normally just percolate into the ground into that canal. And so I think there's a real need for a pretty extensive study to understand how much water is going to be funneled into that canal, which the canal would handle. So that's mostly maybe my story.
Thank you. And we've had several questions in that regard. And I don't want to speak for the developer. They can maybe comment on that, but many times you don't perfect those plans. They're speculative until you get an approval, because you don't know what you're going to design to. At this point in time, they don't have an approval. So it costs a lot of money to have those things properly designed. But I'll let on rebuttal, I'll let the developer maybe answer that question for you. Anything else you'd like to add? I hope so. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Appreciate it. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. We've had 2 strikes at this. I'm going to give it 1 more. Okay, with that, we're going to close the general public testimony. We're going to turn it back to the applicant for rebuttal. If you need a couple minutes to gather yourselves, that's fine. I can call a short recess. Yes, we'll do that. We'll recess until you tell me you're ready. Okay. A lot of things to recess. Great, thank you, everybody. We're back on the record, and Deborah's going to get us started with the rebuttal.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and the public. Thank you for your patience to give us a few minutes. There's a lot to digest, obviously, with hours of testimony, and I'll do my best to synthesize the comments and responses to you. Even though a lot of things, there's a lot of different topics, subtopics, so welcome your questions if there's anything you want to flesh out that I didn't cover as much as you wanted. Maybe I'll start with lighting, because Council President Page, you did say you want us to make sure we're addressing lighting.
Thank you.
I think the best thing that we can point to there that's appropriate is that we are required to do the very things that have been requested to deal with the downshielding. Exactly, you were worried about the light trespass. And that is a condition of approval. In the existing staff report, condition 7, it requires us to submit an additional lighting plan that includes that downshielding, meets the dark sky standards, includes a photometric analysis. And so you can see that the pathways are being fully lit to provide safety, but that you're trying to minimize that light trespass. And so that has been very thoroughly addressed in that condition of approval. And of course, that's the kind of lighting that we want on the site as well, and that we would be inclined to have for our residents to benefit from the same thing that the neighbors are looking for. There was many questions about stormwater and drainage, so I'd like to address those. So a few different comments have been made about that, and in visiting with our civil engineer, it's important to understand that we are not going to be adding additional water onto the site. It is already receiving water. And our drainage system will help improve the way that it's being permeated into the ground with diffused pavers through the parking areas, dry creek style landscaping through our courtyards and landscape areas. And this will be retained on site as required by code and filtered appropriately into groundwater. We will meet all required laws. There was concern about that. We will have to meet the standards that are imposed by the city. And this will be carefully designed, and the design will be reviewed and approved by the city. We will also be very careful in the tiling. I spoke about this a little bit earlier. It's everything that we do on that drainage facility has to be reviewed and approved by the city engineer and by Drainage District Number 2. We've had our civil engineer weigh in on this already, and you have the letter in the record that I referenced earlier, that this will be capable of carrying the appropriate hydraulic loads, that it will be, and that it will have to meet all of the standards of the drainage district. It's important to note too that the drainage district did request that we include a perforated pipe, and that is consistent with their experience that will help with the water table. And so not only will that facilitate carrying the water off of out instead of the open ditch better, but it also may help some of the adjacent neighbors that are suffering from the water table, because it will help to have the water table permeate into the pipe and carry more water away. Turning to comments on the sewer. Just want to make sure that the mayor and council, everyone is aware that the placement of the sewer option will fall within public easements. And so within our property, we will dedicate the appropriate public easements to the city for that sewer facility. And when it's in the Willowbrook area, it will run within existing public easements. That was established by plat before the homes were even constructed or there was any CC&Rs. There was a plat that dedicated public easements within each of the lots and along the street. So the private street that's been mentioned, this is a city sewer facility that is within it. That's not a private facility. That is a city sewer that runs under Willowbrook Lane, consistent with the existing easements. And it's appropriate. It's of course you wouldn't accept a plat that didn't include the appropriate public easements for these kinds of utilities. And this option provides the opportunity for the city to efficiently use the capacities that you have in your sewer system to allow this type of infill development to efficiently use that. I'd like to talk about traffic. There was several comments about traffic, obviously concerns from the neighbors, and questions too from some of the council members about this. As I think Jenna said this well earlier when she was talking about, there's a lot of different opinions about traffic, including legitimate concerns and experiences of neighbors. But it's important also to utilize the adopted metrics and methodologies that we do have. And so there was testimony and questions earlier about the ITE. And so our traffic engineer, tried to do some additional review to make sure that we were adequately answering some of those questions. In particular, it's important to note that ITE is the standard that is utilized and required by ACHD and ITD in their traffic studies and their review of traffic studies. So, and other local transportation agencies as well. And it does have multiple designations. And so it's important to understand that there is an urban designation, a suburban designation, and a rural designation. And so this property is being reviewed under a suburban designation based on population area. So it is not treated the same as New York City or even downtown Boise. that it has a suburban designation and therefore it is compared to projects of similar levels and generating trip generation for suburban projects. One quick correction, the peak hours that were for the AM peak hour time is 7 to 9, not 7:30 to 9:30. Tim, just want to make sure I was able to correct that from his prior statement. And then in addition to these metrics and methodologies that have been not only required, but accepted here, the ACHD and ITD both accepted this traffic study and approved it. And we also built into these studies in the format that's required under ACHD's policy manual and others. There is modeling that is used from Compass. There is a background traffic conditions that are considered that have to consider a growth rate. Here, 3% was used. Both the Compass modeling and the background growth rate help both the developer and the transportation agencies reviewing it and the decision makers for land use projects understand that growth is anticipated in the area. And while you may not have every single project that comes up, you do have anticipated growth. And so in particular, I think there was questions about, well, what about this project did you consider this particular impact? If it is timely and already filed, then yes, those particular projects are considered. For future projects or ancillary projects, it's captured in this modeling and this background condition. So it's also important to understand that that is built into capacity analysis as well. And the access, just a related topic, was also reviewed and studied. It was reviewed by Kimley Horn. They did a warrant analysis to see if a turn lane was even needed there based on the number of trips using that access. They determined it wasn't, but ACHD suggested that that would provide good mitigation for cars turning in, and so we are providing that. And ACHD did approve that access. Mr. Grover talked about Idaho Code 6508, which is part of LUPA. And he cited this as standards that are applicable to development applications, including private property rights, et cetera. In fact, that statutory section is a part of LUPA that's just telling cities how they create comprehensive plans. And so when you create your comprehensive plan, you need to take into account a number of different studies, including property rights, including impact on schools, et cetera. It's not actually a template for development. But those are appropriate things to consider anyway, and you do take in those into account when you adopt the actual, valid binding zoning ordinance that you have that we are following and is applicable. Okay, there was comments about the parking, again, from Mr. Grover, that the parking had not been updated. I just wanted to point out for the record, for him and for you, that it was updated. There was originally 51 offsite parking spaces within the Boise Bible College, but that was updated based on discussions with staff on November 11th was the date of the resubmittal by the applicant. And I did look it up online. It is in the record. And so that was part of the letter that was from Pivot North describing all the changes that had been made, and the site plan is also attached to that. And so providing the required number of spaces. In addition to the letter and the site plan, there's also the project date sheet or the spec sheet that includes all of the new parking numbers as well that are completely on site. Want to talk about a little bit about the meetings and coordination with neighbors. There was more than one meeting. There was John counted back and counted 4 meetings with neighbors. It's been over a really long period of time. It's been a long process, and there's a number of different components to the application. And so they had a meeting with neighbors before anything was filed. They also had meetings at each stage of different applications, including 2 that were associated with an affiliated application, the minor land division, because there was some incorrect noticing from the city. So we did it again, so that it doesn't mean that every single person came to every meeting, but there has been many discussions with large groups of neighbors. And there's been feedback that's been received and modifications that have been made. The dumpster moving has been discussed. Increasing the landscaping buffer was also a big part of this. And additional architectural considerations that I want to walk through as well. And the architectural considerations, we're really trying to address some of the scale and the comments about, blending into the neighborhood. And so that was taken into account. Part of what the architect did was to work on warming up the facades with more traditional brick color to be more in line with traditional neighborhood. And the work that they've done on the articulation, I pointed this out during the hearing, it's really especially evident when you're looking at the elevations, that you can see the different materials and colors and transitions and planes that are used that truly do make this look more like an attached townhome product. And that does also blend in more with the neighborhood. It is a multifamily building. It is, both of these buildings, they aren't single family detached homes. And so you do also have to respect that it's a different building product. And if adding a gabled roof, for example, as was called for, can one, increase the height of the roof, because that just adds to the additional height. But it also, you can create a product that looks mismatched for what it is, there is a massing and a form that is appropriate for the building type as well. And that's part of what you get with diversity of housing. And that's what's called for in your comp plan. And that's really what a lot of this is about, is making sure that you're getting that diversity of housing. There was many changes that were made along the way. I think Councilmember Jorgensen, you had asked about whether there was changes. You made a comment perhaps that there wasn't changes made previously, but yes, in response to both neighbor comments, staff comments, and the design review consultants, of course, there's many changes throughout. And so what we're left with is some minor remaining comments from the design review consultants about enhancing the entries and making sure that they really are prominent. And we're very agreeable to do that, to continue that effort with the condition of approval that exists. But they didn't have in the end concerns about the style of architecture or the scale or compatibility with the neighbors. And I mean, that really the most important thing that we've done to create that compatibility that's called for is to have this incredibly large setback from the neighbors. You can put a 2-story gabled, simple, single family detached houses that are close together along and create more shadowing impact and have less visibility than you get from the enormous distance you get from an 88-foot and 152-foot setback. The enhanced landscaping, adding 69 extra trees on the eastern border. This is significant. That's creating that compatibility with this product. And so it allows us to bring forward what was called for in the plans. The applicant studied carefully what was allowed in your plans. This was in coordination with the Boise Bible College when they were really trying to figure out how can they best utilize this property to assist their operations. They looked at your plans, they looked at your code, and this is consistent with those plans. And it isn't, maximizing it. Obviously you've got a no height limit. It could be taller, but they are trying to be respectful of the neighbors with the placement, with the setbacks, and with the design of the buildings, and the increased and enhanced landscaping, while also utilizing the density that's called for in the R3 zone, and providing that density that brings efficiency of services, that utilizes an infill property, and that helps the private property owner fulfill what they'd like to achieve consistent with those plans. The developer has thought about whether there's anything else they can provide here. There certainly are some things that were mentioned by the neighbors that they can agree to. Redesigning the site to move the recycle. They did work on that previously, but they feel that they can they can make that work. They'll have to work with Republic Services to get the recycle next to the existing trash, but they are committed to make that happen for the neighbors. And additionally, to address the concerns about the carport and the car lights, they can add a rear wall on the carports to really help with capture that lighting so that that's not causing impacts for the neighbors. So with that, I mean, I think they're open to other questions and discussion with you, and want to know if there's anything else that you would like to know from us.
I'll turn it to the council, but I did write down, someone wanted to know who maintains the tiled ditch.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, I skipped right over that. We would be responsible for maintaining that tiled facility pursuant to a license agreement with Drainage District Number 2.
Okay, council, questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank Ms. Jenkins for her presentation earlier. I should have said that at the time. I think those images were kind of helpful, although I am going to ask the applicant, I'm having a hard time reconciling those pictures with your cross-section that's in your presentation. And I'm just wondering if that would help all of us maybe to see that image, knowing that she gave us that presentation of some of the houses, or excuse me, the buildings superimposed behind some single family homes.
Let me pull up my presentation. I'd be happy. I think that'd be great.
Is that the one that was handed out?
No, it was actually
mine, the applicant presentation.
Yes, it was in their
The
presentation.
PowerPoint. Yeah. Thank you so much.
There.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Rasmussen, thanks for that question, because I think it is important. I mean, those pictures show a two-dimensional version of it, right, that she showed, because it is true, those are height differences between 2-story and 4-story structures.
Right.
But this is exactly what I was just trying to describe, is that when you have the increased setback and the increased landscaping, then you can see a much different impact of those two heights. And you can even imagine what I was trying to describe a minute ago, looking at this slide. If you had the 2-story home just immediately on the other side of the property, you've got a much different slope of perception than you do that's going to the top of that 4-story building, because it's so far away. And so it doesn't mean that there's always impact when there's development next to you. But we have worked to provide the increased setback and the enhanced landscaping to address exactly this issue of compatibility and scale.
And just for the sake of reiterating, what are those setbacks again between building 1?
So for building 1, it's 152.8 feet, and for building 2, it's 88.8 feet.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Council, is open to questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Nelson, I don't want to beat this horse to death, but just real quick, tell me how an open grassy field absorbs less groundwater than semi-permeable pavers.
I may need our civil engineer to come answer that for you. I think you want him,
It just-
not me.
I can't say that with a straight face. I mean, sure. Is that helpful for what's being proposed there? Yes. Is it a better improvement than a solid surface? Yes. But grass, it's there now, right? That's far more permeable. I think you would agree with that.
Yes, the point that I was trying to make that he conveyed to me is that we're not increasing the water load within the property. And the way, and we're also not, as some developments are done, we're also not funneling this to a particular area. And so what the stormwater drains that are designed are going to provide is more of a permeated absorption, because they are pavers throughout the parking lot as opposed to, a corner swale. And the same in the courtyards.
And while the project, and I can appreciate that the project doesn't add additional water, what it does do is subtract surface area for absorbing that water. That's my point.
But it doesn't change, but with our design, and that's again where, he can give you the technical version of this, right? I can give you
And I realize there's
the
mitigation
layperson version of this.
Right.
Is that because we aren't adding additional stormwater to the site, and we are responsible for designing a stormwater system that retains our stormwater on site, it is about getting it effectively, to retain on the site, not to wash off into other people's properties, and to be absorbed into the groundwater. And so we are not causing, even aside from it doesn't improve it, we don't impact it in a negative way, because that's required. Your city engineer is going to require us to do that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Nelson, I do have a couple of questions. One is regarding the sewer and the placement of the sewer. You made a statement that it is on a public easement. You've heard concerns, however, through public comment this evening, that although it would be on a public easement, there's a considerable amount of concern that it will impact the private roads in the Willowbrook community. What is your response to that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen. So the construction of the sewer will be done primarily by boring, which is more expensive, but the impact of that is less on the roads. And so it will, other than manholes, have no construction impact on the road. And that would be, any impact there is, of course, would have to be repaired. And that's part of the sewer license agreement. So the city is the one that holds this easement, and the city has the right to license that easement right for sewer access. And so the city will have to approve those plans, and has required in that sewer license agreement for us to make any repairs that are needed to that road.
Thank you. Regarding the parking, and I apologize if this is redundant, I do believe that there was a question and a somewhat commitment that there would be a covenant that there would be no charges for parking. You didn't state that, but I want to confirm that it hasn't been altered, and that you, as the applicant, would be agreeable to that.
Mr. Mayor, Council, that's correct. Caleb Roop stated that, and we are still in agreement with that.
Thank you.
Roof does add additional height. Another impact that I didn't mention that's worth considering as you're just kind of looking at roof types is that we're able to put all of our mechanical equipment on the roof and completely screened behind the parapet. When you have a sloped roof, you have to put all of that on the ground, which creates its own unsightliness, takes up space and creates, you know, a less attractive visual of the site for everyone looking at the property. You obviously are trying to screen those as best you can, but they're completely out of sight behind the parapet screen. So that's important to consider. And then I think it does become a bit of an aesthetic, but it's trying to not have too much visual clutter or discontinuous design features where you're adding on certain residential features to a building that it really isn't designed for that is more of a single family detached structure. So we're trying to be compatible through architectural styles without adding that additional slope as the basis of doing it. Instead, looking at materials, for example, they've got some of that lap siding that's horizontal on many of the planes that are extended. That's a nod towards architectural treatment in the area where you see that same kind of lap siding that goes across. The different textures that we're bringing in, again, I mentioned that they went to the more warm color of the brick to try to be reminiscent of the architecture in the area and more of a residential, single family detached residential feel. And so there's other ways that we feel like you can accomplish that maybe are not as dramatic or maybe misfit with the product type as much, but I mean, we certainly have taken a lot of guidance from the design review consultants, and their comments, they haven't asked for a different slope on the roof or thought that would be more attractive or fitting in this location.
Again, I want to compliment you and thank you for listening to the comments tonight and being amenable to moving the recycling and adding a rear wall to the carports. I think that is indicative of what I've perceived this applicant and developer, their interest in working with the community and providing a product that comes to a mutual agreement with the neighborhood. However, I will share with you that I continue to struggle with the traffic study. And I would like to ask your comment. First, I'm going to make a statement, and then I would like your observation and opinion on it. So this is actually the second application, and I'm going to refer to the first one as the Pastry Perfection application, in which the applicant has come in and stated that based on their analysis, the traffic would not be increasing, particularly at Glenwood and Marigold. And I will tell you that during that application public testimony, we had the same exact response in which the audience laughed, notwithstanding outline public conduct. It is frankly laughable to come in and state that we're going to create this development and that the traffic will be so negligibly increased. Therefore, my question what I would like your opinion on is how do we dismiss all of this anecdotal information where we have residents, we have, staff that can't get across Marigold. We have, residents doing their own independent car counts that would, it is countered to the professional analysis. However, it's reality. I cannot fault, and I actually do believe, based on public testimony, that Marigold is problematic, and ITD agrees. So how do we reconcile that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, thanks for the question. So first of all, just to be clear, we don't say that there's no traffic increase because obviously we are adding additional trips, and that's part of what the traffic study analyzes is the trip generation in addition to this area streets and intersections. And so we do not assert that we are not adding traffic. But what we do have to do, and again, it's appropriate to use these adopted metrics and methodologies that we have to follow in creating the study that creates some uniformity and expectation for decision makers as you're evaluating these, certainly for the transportation agencies. When we apply those standards and we look at the planning level threshold of the planning levels of service that ACHD has adopted on ACHD's roadways, which are not the same as ITDs. But when we look at Marigold and Coffee, we are not adding more trips than meets their planning level thresholds. And those are thresholds that they have adopted for collector roads where, and if it was an arterial, it'd be a higher number, right? I mean, these are the numbers that they have adopted that they believe provides for efficient operation. You have many areas where collector levels of service are not met, and people continue to drive. You just have more delays. People find alternate routes and more improvements. Offsite mitigation may be required. That's just not the case here. So it doesn't mean we're not adding trips. It means that the capacity of the system is by design able to handle it. Do people individually want more cars on their street? No, that's a different question about adding cars that people don't want on their street. But when you look at the system as a whole and the way the city is designed and laid out and the way that ACHD has lined out their roads, they've determined that this road actually has capacity, that this is a good place to add more vehicle trips because you do have capacity in other places you don't necessarily. At Glenwood and Marigold is the place where we identified that we have a minimal impact because we look at the actual percentages to make that statement. And so again, doesn't mean that that intersection isn't frustrating to people. It just means that our impact, when you analyze our particular levels, they were on the very low end of the percentages with, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me. Okay. Thank you, Tim. 2.1 and 1.6% for AM and PM peak hours. And so, why are those numbers relevant? Well, one, it kind of shows that it is a minimal impact compared to the total. But also, if you look at ACHD uses, for example, a 10% threshold. If you have a failing intersection and your total trips are less than 10% of that intersection, they don't require mitigation. So that's not directly applicable here because you've got an ITD involved as well as Glenwood. It's just a measuring point to say that we're well below the thresholds that for adopted metrics and methodologies that our transportation agencies use. That hasn't triggered anything. ITD noted that and I do believe that the comment relates to Glenwood, because they don't have any jurisdiction over Marigold. So I don't think they're talking about the Marigold corridor. I believe they're talking about corridor. The Glenwood corridor. They note, and they have studied. So the Glenwood corridor study has been done by ITD to try to address the conditions there. They're constrained until they want to spend a lot of money on the bridge width. And so that will take some time. But nonetheless, they're aware that there's more trips and concerns there and that there's delays, but they didn't require any offsite mitigation because of our trip generation study and that they accepted. So again, there are traffic impacts, but when you look at the traffic impacts of this development based on the adopted methodologies, then we are providing the only mitigation that is required of us, which is the frontage turn lane.
Okay, I need to, I've just been informed we had a 2-minute lapse in the audio about 5 minutes ago. So who remembers what we were talking about? I'm gonna have to ask Ms. Nelson.
Is there any, whoever indicated that, I wonder if they could tell us the topic.
Yeah, it's when our system shut down.
I might suggest it was Councilmember Jorgensen. I think that's where we started the traffic conversation, but I'm not sure I'm right. But
What were you talking about before that? I'm sorry, technology.
Roofs incompatibility.
Say again?
Roofs incompatibility.
Roof
lines compatibility. Mechanical being on the ground and then into traffic.
That seems like a good as guess as any.
Jenna may be able to help.
Mr. Mayor, just for a legal point of order, we need a verbatim transcript. We would need to be able to make a verbatim transcript or we're going to have a problem.
That's why I'm finding out where we stopped and we're going to redo it.
Mayor, just to try to answer that question, I was writing down Ms. Nelson's points, and so this might help us where we had massing architectural style, moving the recycling and the car lights in the rear wall were all items that might have been in that time frame.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but we need to go back and
Mr. Mayor,
you started with lighting regs.
okay,
You went to stormwater drainage, you went to sewer, you went to traffic. You indicated changes had been made pursuant to neighborhood involvement. You went to moving the recycle bin, and then rear walls on the carports are my notes. So
Let's take those notes as an outline and do the best we can to cure this later. We need to keep going.
Okay.
I mean, if we don't have verbatim, we don't have it.
Yeah.
We got to do business.
Yeah, well, I just didn't want to miss a salient point on rebuttal, because we might hear about that later.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
So
I'm happy to try to recap, or if there's particular concerns, I don't know.
Well,
Mr.
since you're-
Wadums, if you have a preference.
since your life is,
Mr. Mayor, it looks like it cut off about 11:05. Not that that particularly helps, but it does look like the backup audio.
Can you go back and play the recording?
Yeah, let me see.
why would we do anything that simple?
It's on Zoom, I know it's stored there.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
Take it to the end.
Secondary recording device.
Talking about the sewer and the manholes.
So it made it that far?
So that's when it cut off, was right at the end of the conversation about the parking. And
Okay.
and then I believe that's when we switched to traffic,
So we missed the traffic.
a portion of it, correct?
Okay. Let's ask you to recap your rebuttal regarding the traffic.
Yes,
Sorry to make you redo all that, but
That's okay. Mr. Mayor and council members, it sounds like we were all the way into questions from council member Jorgensen as
We were.
opposed to, the general rebuttal. And so
Right.
as to traffic, I think I can try to be briefer, but in reliance on the adopted methodologies that are required of us for preparing our traffic study that are utilized by the transportation agencies to review this, It analyzes the amount of traffic that we are generating on the site and where those and how that traffic is distributed throughout the existing system. So, what I was trying to explain is that we are increasing trips onto that system, but we're increasing trips that are consistent with that system capacities based on the existing collector status. So Marigold, Coffee were both determined that we are within those existing planning threshold level of services. At the intersection of Marigold and Glenwood, we have a small percentage of the total trips that are impacting that intersection. ITD looked at that information and did not require any mitigation. They did recognize that there's concerns on Glenwood and the Glenwood corridor. They have studied this corridor. They have limitations based on the width of the bridge that doesn't enable them to make significant improvements in that area until that is widened. But our percentage threshold is still well below what ACHD looks at when they're trying to determine if offsite mitigation is required. They use a 10% threshold. And we were, Tim said, 2.1 and 1.6%. So we do generate trips, but it is minimal compared to the capacities that are available to us and the surrounding area. One other point I guess I would add to that I think is relevant too is that this site, because it is already zoned R3, has contemplated this level of intensity of development in your plans. So when the city looks at the infrastructure needs, when the transportation agencies, compass modeling, et cetera, look at the transportation needs that are associated with this type of density, then we are building out within that expected plan.
Thank you. You might repeat your response to neighbor input. You said you'd made several changes to the plan.
Mayor, that was prior to the questions.
Okay. Well,
so I think that was captured based on what we just heard.
Okay.
From City Clerk.
Okay. Well, hopefully we're good. You're likely going to be the one that determines whether we're good or not. That's why I'm giving you this opportunity.
I'm happy to repeat anything you want me to repeat.
Huh?
I don't want to bore you to
I want
tears.
you to, anything you think you should repeat, I'd be happy to let you do that. Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Nelson.
Nelson.
Yeah. So in our city, much finger pointing has gone to what I'm going to call the Strawberry Glen development. It was met with similar, I would say, community outrage is the right word, and that was tempered and softened, and it's now a part of our community that we are used to, with the exception of some people who have a direct, immediate impact, which we heard about earlier today. I feel that contrasting that experience with the one that we seem to be having today, and contrasting another unpopular project over in the plantation area, how this seems to be very different is, and while I get that community meeting requirements have been met, I understand that. Just again and again, it sounds like a one-way meeting from the constituents. That's how they characterize it to us. Is hey, we brought these concerns up, and there was sort of no give. Now, that's not 100% true. We've relocated a garbage receptacle. Now there's an agreement to relocate recycling. So I don't want to exaggerate it, but it's the perception of the people in this room, and many who have left, that there's just not that sort of back and forth. People want to be heard. they want a chance to respond. And that's part of what we're doing here, but we're not able to change the project insofar as promoting it, right? We can make a decision about it, but I just, I feel more outreach and engagement, actual kind of back and forth engagement could happen. Is there a response to that? Is that something that can be done?
Well, Mayor, Council President, I will, venture and answer, and then if the developer wants to add anything, they can, since they were involved in these meetings. And I can tell from the meeting notes that were put into the record and their input to me that they were trying to be thoughtful and responsive to questions that were presented to them. So, but I acknowledge that, yes, I heard that from the neighbors as well, and people certainly are going to have their own perception. I can tell you from my own experience of representing development that it is, you do always have people that are impacted by development and have concerns, and you can't make them all happy. And so it doesn't mean you don't listen, you don't try, you don't work with them to try to address where you can, but you also still have your development project that you have to, you can't compromise it away. And I would, because it just isn't viable, then you won't be presenting anything or doing anything to use your property. And I would suggest that that's not a good outcome for the city either, to have everything negotiated into single family detached housing.
That's not what I'm suggesting.
I'm not either. And that's an extreme,
Yes,
version of trying to explain why negotiating with neighbors, what they would like isn't necessarily viable for the project. And so what we are presenting is something that does provide that housing diversity. And you don't get as much of that density or housing diversity if you go to a 2-story product, right? So that's part of what they've asked for. So you lose half of the units with that design. So it isn't necessarily going to single family detached, but it means that if you're accepting the feedback of what people want next to them as your benchmark, it's challenging. But they are trying to listen, and they're open to other commentary. But
another thing that many people have suggested is a tiered approach. I appreciate the significant setback and efforts with buffering the trees and the addition of much more trees than is required. It's just many more trees rather. That's laudable. Lots of the community have reached out and said, why can't we have a graduated building, a lower building after a 4-story building, right? And garages perhaps, which is something that we're familiar with seeing. And you can design the project you want to design, but it seems like a good question. Why not have a stepped view?
And I don't know if you guys want to try to address that.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Page, what I think one thing you don't see from all this, and I feel like we can always do a better job.
Caleb, can you put your name on the record?
Yeah, sorry,
again?
Caleb Roop, from previous speaking, CEO of the Pacific Companies.
Thank you.
But I would just say that what you don't see is, like, from the beginning, having done roughly 300 of these, you can imagine that it's not the first time we've been next to single family residences. Okay, that's happened many times. In fact, it happened on that Meritage project you got to see, which was a sample. And so, going in, we're trying to do things even ahead of time. One strategy developers sometimes take is they just propose the maximum, no setbacks or minimal, and whatever they want whatever they can fit. And they use it as a tactic to sort of bring it down to a scale that they'll be satisfied with. Mm-hmm. Well, we could have done that here. We could have proposed things that, proposed no setbacks that were significant like we're doing now. But I intentionally laid this site plan out, directing the architect, say, put all of the parking and get these buildings as far away from you can from the single family residences and as close to the college as you can. That was the fundamental programming, okay, of the site. So that was just done. And, everyone kind of just takes that for granted. Like, hey, we want this now and this now and this now, when there's not really an acknowledgement of like, you started from a point of setting these buildings back 10 times what they're supposed to be set back, you know, so stuff like that people don't see. And then I think, you know, we talked about a bunch of different varieties of things like, you know, can we flip the buildings around? Well, you know, could we figure some way out to do that? Yeah, maybe we could. And we talked about that. That actually came up at the meetings. We didn't propose that specifically because we didn't have quite the technical elements figured out on how to do that, you know, with switching those buildings around. But that's an example of something that we could look at, right? We could actually say that. And so, you know, and the other thing I would just say is that, like, I mean, I won't usually say this publicly, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it since we're on this topic. We do a lot of projects, about 20, 25 a year, okay? We do them, our business earns money from building those projects. We run a successful business. We have for 26 years now. This is a different project, okay? I've been a longtime supporter of Boise Bible College as a personal endeavor. I, you know, have supported the college for a long time, and I basically was there to try to help them figure out a way to diversify the revenue stream from just donations that are lumpy. So I said, okay, and we've been paying a rent on this ground, like more as a charitable contribution for like past 3 years while we entitled this project. And this whole project, you know, I'm going to make them a partner in the project to give them money for their operations of their college. That's the whole purpose of this project. This isn't the project I go out and try to do normally. This is one that I'm doing on behalf of the college. And I'm not saying any of this to like build me up or personally in any way, shape, or form. I'm just explaining to you there's a background here, and it directly ties into, you know, why not make this 2-story? Why not reduce this to 120 units? Well, I'm trying to deliver some meaningful economics to the college with the development of this project. And so what I've tried to do in every way I can is to bring these buildings back, you know, try to figure out a design that works, and yet maintain the economics that I'm trying to maintain for them. So that's the backstory a little bit. And that's not like we're leading with that. I'm just kind of was late. I'm kind of confessing this to you. Like, this is really why we're doing this project. And on the margins, we can continue to like, I mean, like if people are really worried about parking, I have no doubt I can get the college to say like, will you give me extra spaces if I have a problem, right? And like, I could probably commit tonight to say, yep, the college will, because they have plenty of parking. They honestly do. There's all kinds of space for people to park. And originally why it was fine for us to have shared parking with them was because, you know, they have plenty of parking and they have plenty of space. Well, if you guys want to make a condition that, you know, there would be no parking on any streets anywhere, even like the Strawberry Glen project has that issue. I mean, we heard tonight that even that compromised project is producing like full-time parking for them. Well, you could say that because I think here we have really a true chance to not have any impacts to the neighborhood from parking. I'm not saying traffic, because I know traffic's a problem today before we even showed up. It's a problem. I've driven it too. I live in the neighborhood. I know how it works. So, you know, that's another example of another condition we could probably put into play that I'd be like, okay, great. I will work with the college to make sure there's no parking on street anywhere that impacts Willowbrook or any other neighborhood. So that's another example of one that we could do. You know, we're trying our best, right? And it's, you know, but when you have kind of like a baseline of like, well, 2-story, 3-story, or 2-story and 100 units, you know, that's like such a deviation from, it doesn't look like we're in a conversation anymore. It's like, well, that's like so low that it doesn't work anymore. So I hope that provides some context to everything.
I appreciate the negotiation
Yeah.
approach that some people use, and I suspect it as much when they come in to see
Yeah.
us. Also, you know, I would like to make a record of the appreciation we have for your benevolence toward the college. So thank you for
Yeah.
responding to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions? All done with the questions? Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Okay,
Thank
with
you.
that, I'm going to close the public hearing on DSR FY 2025-0008. Before I turn it to the council for deliberations, we have the outstanding issue of submittals that came in late. from Wendy Carver Herbert and Ms. Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
speaking for myself, I read these prior to the meeting. They did come late after the rest of the information that I read, but I had a chance to read them before the meeting began. So I'll leave this decision to the other council members.
And Mr. Mayor and Council President, I would just echo what the Council President said. So I'm fine with them being added to the record.
Mr. Mayor, I also am okay with it being added to the record.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order on that. There were some other late exhibits or, that were presented tonight, a PowerPoint, I think. Just for the record, I'd like clarity on whether the council is going to accept all the late exhibits, not just the two.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to accept the Jenkins exhibit, I'll call it. Ms. Jenkins exhibit.
Jennings. I'm sorry. I said that wrong.
Jones, Jacobson, whatever.
I'm sorry.
This exhibit into the record.
I second.
Okay. Are we doing this by motion, Charlie? Is that
Yeah,
what you
I
mean?
think
Okay.
that's best.
Okay, I've got a motion to accept the Jennings exhibit into the record. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Waters, was there any other exhibits that needed to be considered to be added or included?
Mayor, Council Member Jorgensen, I'm going to go from memory, but there's the Chestnut letter, there's the Wendy Carver Herbert letter, there's this Jennings material, and I thought there was something else, but those are the three things that I have in my memory.
Mayor, if I may, there was Mr. Orion had his exhibit, and then Mr. Wolf also provided an aerial exhibit, and I believe that is it.
And Mr. Mayor, wouldn't those come in to the record just by virtue of it being presented at this?
Well, that's my opinion.
What's your opinion? That's what matters.
Yeah.
I think what matters is
Just
what a judge-
accept all of them
I
if you
think the
don't mind.
easiest thing is just to accept all of them.
If you modify your motion.
Yes, I will modify that motion to accept all exhibits that were presented to us today from the dais, the pulpit, or whatever.
I'll renew my second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yep, motion carries. Okay, they're in. So that takes care of that piece of business. Now it's time to deliberate.
Mr. Mayor, can I just do one more point of order before deliberation?
No.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Joe.
Well, it's about that. There's been some reference to this other traffic study that was done by the police department. I just want to remind the council that your record has to be based solely on the record in front of you. If you want to look at this traffic study that was done by the police department, I would recommend you continue the matter to make that part of the record. Otherwise, my recommendation is to not consider that at all. It's not part of the record, and it's a speculation at this point in time. And then the other thing that I just wanted to say now, so I don't have to say anything later, is that this traffic study that the applicant did, I just want to make sure it's clear, that was not required by our code. That's not a code requirement. That's something that staff requested of them and they voluntarily agreed to provide. So that's not a code requirement. And those are my legal points of order. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Speaking for myself, I find little value in whatever data the police department captured, which we haven't reviewed yet, if it wasn't done for this exact purpose.
And I'm not sure what their purpose was. It had nothing officially to do with this that I'm aware of. So, okay. With that, it's ripe for deliberation. So it's properly before the council. It's 11:40. Council needs to decide you want to spend the night or not, because this is going to take some deliberation. But I'm up for anything the council wants to do. So I'll turn it to the council, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, what is your tolerance for the amount of time you can give this tonight before you just mentally start to shut down?
Council President, unfortunately, I've begun to shut down. I do have quite a headache, so I apologize, but my preference would be to continue for continuance for deliberation.
Well, I appreciate the onset of a headache. So, because my place in this was to continue forge ahead, but I also don't want to inflict any discomfort on a fellow council member at all. So.
Okay. Well, those weren't the answers I was hoping for. For the record, I'm a night owl. Let's not do this at 8 a.m. So I feel like, Mr. Mayor, giving this the attention and dignity that it requires and to honor the volume of testimony that's been provided to us today in a thoughtful manner, that proper deliberations, I think they're going to take at least an hour to an hour and 45 minutes. So if we can't do that tonight, then we need to postpone this or keep it open and continue to a date certain.
We can do either.
As far as the public hearing portion, I would like to close that. But I'd like to-
It's actually closed. I've closed it. So you're strictly in deliberation.
I would like, Mr. Mayor, if I may address the audience a little bit here, if that's, so the public hearing is closed. So we're going to be deliberating, as you just heard, at a later time. What can't happen from anyone, hard stop, is contacting us with additional input or, hey, I really should have said this, or I meant that, or I quoted this number to you wrong. It's done. So please respect that. Don't make our job harder by having to announce all these problems and ex parte communication that's improper. So I would just ask that of everyone in the room. It is okay to speak with city staff and city attorney where appropriate, but not with a decision maker. Is that a proper characterization, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. So now to picking a date.
Let's do it January 1st.
There's some so just for the audience, so there's additional complication. In the future, our newly elected council members, council member will take the seat up here that she was voted into. I would look to our attorney for case law, but I believe that procedurally this gets super complicated if we're having someone help deliberate that wasn't a council member, although that person is here in the room. So whatever we do, we need to do before inaugurations or swearing ceremony.
Okay, that's
is that fair?
Mayor, Council President, if that's a question, I think it's pretty clear that with all respect to Council-elect Wendy Carver-Herbert, she's not going to be able to deliberate on this. She's testified against it, so whatever happens, she's not going to be able to deliberate on this. I think it probably would be cleaner and easier if we could get this done before January 12th when she is sworn in. So I think from my perspective, if we could get a date certain before January 12th, that would probably help everybody out. And the other comment, since you gave me the microphone, Council President, is if this is getting continued, and it sounds like it is, I would like to get tonight transcribed and put in the record so everybody has the transcript and everybody can refer to the transcript when they deliberate.
How long will that take, Mr. Wadums?
I could get it done. Well, I contracted out, but I could get it done in a week.
Looking at my calendar.
1 week.
My family has booked a trip. For the new year, we will be out of state. Be returning in time to go to my Twin Falls office for 1 week. I'd prefer not to deliberate on Zoom.
Nor would I.
Well, we're running out of days there because
Let the record show we're running out of days.
unless you want to,
Mr. Mayor, I think legally, if it has to be after January 12th, I think that's okay, as long as a couple things. Council-elect Bill Jacobs will not be able to participate. I guess he could be the moderator, but that's the mayor-elect, excuse me. And then council member-elect Wendy Carver-Herbert cannot participate. But with those caveats, it could happen after the 12th. But then this mayor here, Mr. Mayor John Evans, will no longer be here after the 12th. So all those things, you gotta weigh all those things, I suppose.
so when are you leaving on your trip?
Mr. Mayor, tomorrow.
Well, that basically leaves, and when are you getting back? The 8th?
Let me check that. No, sir. Back the night of the 30th, and then I leave for my Twin Falls office the 1st, back in town on the 5th for someone's reception.
Back in, on the 5th? Well, like during the day on the 5th?
No, for the for your
Well, that's not till the 9th.
oh, why do I have something on the 5th?
I've got the 5th,
I'm sorry, I'm
6th,
looking at the
7th.
excuse me, my mistake.
8th. Yeah, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th. And you're in Twin Falls that week?
I come back I leave for Twin Falls on the 5th and I return on the 9th.
I see. So
Thank you
you're-
for the clarification. I knew I was coming back
Okay,
to
you're
honor
gone that.
you.
You're gone that.
Yeah.
Well, unless you want to have it over the weekend, it's not going to happen before the next.
What are the calendars of the other council members?
You got to be here because you basically going to have to lead the deliberation.
I'm open.
I'm open.
I'm not
So,
opposed to a weekend.
huh?
I mean, we don't have other choices. I don't want to do it on Zoom.
No, you can't. I would highly recommend it against that. So that's January 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Sorry. I'm just trying to retire.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order that we'll have to make sure that the library is not in this council chambers on the day.
Well, I'll take care of that. We got to get, if you want to get this done, well, they're not going to be here. Well, just who's up for the weekend or not, starting Friday?
January,
January 10th is, I think, the day we're looking at.
Oh, it's January 10th. Yes. Sorry.
It's the day I'm looking at.
Yes.
that's fine.
May I please address the council? If you wait until after the 12th, Wendy recuses herself, Bill, the new mayor, has already recused himself. You can run a meeting like you are today. The same 3 people who were here for all of this doing the deliberation.
Mhm.
What's the harm of waiting until that?
Well, that's up to them.
I'm just saying. It's-
Mr. Wadham's already said, yeah, he said that's an option. It's just up to the council.
Madam Clerk, what meeting is the swearing?
Would be Monday, January 12th.
I don't even want to say what I was thinking.
Well, we're all thinking it. It's
Mayor.
that's just not proper.
No, did you see your phone?
I did. We could start early on it, so.
How early do you want, Mayor?
Well, I've got it. Well, our regular meeting starts at 6. Probably at 4.
Mr. Mayor, I could not make it at 4. Out of consideration for the applicant, I would suggest you can tell I'm starting to fade, sorry team. We calendar, I am completely okay with January the 10th and try to get this knocked out as soon as possible.
Who's gonna get their shorts in a knot over January 10th consideration?
What time?
Well, back to the other, let me check with the library. They should have a program.
I can check really quick, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You're giving me a lot of first-time stuff on my last.
So, Mr. Mayor, while Ms. Labby's looking at that, if you're considering a special meeting, that would require a motion for a special. As well.
Right,
okay.
Yeah.
What noticing obligation would we have, Mr. Warren?
24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah.
Idaho Code 74-204.
Looks like, Mr. Mayor, if we started about 3:30, there would be no conflicts with the library.
We don't need any tear down time.
There you have it, the 10th, 3:30 or 4.
Either. I can be there.
I'll be there.
Hey, it's a motion.
All right, Mr. Mayor, in light of the late hour, I move to push our deliberations to a date certain of January 10th. It's a Saturday at 4 p.m.
As a special council meeting.
Special council meeting.
Second.
Motion and second, any discussion?
I'll just renew the discussion is that we will not be taking public testimony Saturday the 10th at 4. You can certainly watch and participate by observing, but it's not we're not reopening a hearing.
Okay. Hey, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. That completes our business for this evening. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting.
I'd second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Stand adjourned.